Welcome to the demo. Please enjoy your stay. If you want a really good video, lean over there and put your head right in that window right beside you. Let's do it, baby.
Throw it in park as I open the door. Baby, you wait in the truck. Old photographs scattered on the ground. Take a breath and my mind gets stuck. I can hear the screams, I can hear it all. Is it all just in my head? This whiskey bottle is keeping me sane, but I'm stuck in the past that night in the rain. Flashing in the headlights, eyes like a forest fire, running out through the woods. Screaming through the treetops, crashing through the mountains. This guy is up to no good. My blood ran cold as my lights caught a flash of something out across the plains. I stood there staring at a blood-soaked human covered with fur in the rain. The night the werewolf came. The night he went insane. Bloodshed in the rain on the night the werewolf came. The night he went insane. Bloodshed in the rain on the night the werewolf came. The crowd gathered round out there in the woods with guns all ready for war. Shots were fired at the big black beast. I can still hear him roar. The rain that night was a hell of a storm, and the blood ran cold as ice. But no one saw him hit the ground as he ran into the night. The night the werewolf came. The night he went insane. Bloodshed in the rain on the night. If you wanna move, then drop that low bass. If you wanna move, then drop that low bass. Low bass. Drop the low bass. Drop the low bass. Yeah. If you wanna be loud, lay it on the ground. I said loud, lay it on the ground. If you wanna drop it to the ground. If you wanna drop it to the ground. Get up. You gotta get low. Get up. You gotta get low. Get up. You gotta get low. Get up. If you wanna be loud, lay it on the ground. I said loud, lay it on the ground.
What's up, guys? We're jamming up in here. What'd you think about that intro song? Oh man, it's gonna be one of those nights. Um, so yeah, I'm struggling with headsets. I need to get me a new headphone for my streaming setup. I gotta order one. I keep forgetting. It is what it is. Um, let's see. We got Bobby B in the house. Bobby B says, "Yo, yo, yo, yo." Mr. Boom, Mr. Boom, Mr. Boomy 3. We're just going to call him Mr. Boom. In the house. Rick Ross is in the house. RT Kingsman is in the house. And there's a bunch more folks that ain't never said nothing in chat that's also in the house. So what are we going to talk about tonight? Well, that's kind of a toss-up. Of course, Friday night is always question and answer night. We just go through and answer questions. I was definitely not the first, like Red Pill says. Uh, Mainly, we just take in questions and we answer each and every single question that comes up in the comments. So if you guys are in here, go ahead and throw them in the comments. If you guys are watching this at a later time, I will also answer those comments. If you put the question in the comment below the video at a later time, I will get to that question. I answer every single comment. At least I read every single comment. Some comments are not questions; they're statements. I can't answer a statement, but I read every comment on every video. No matter how long it's been up, I read them all. And I answer the ones that have questions in them to the best of my ability. Stu is in the house. And speaking of Stu, I have something I wanted to bust out. We talked about this a little bit in the last show, but I didn't get a chance to really cover it. Stu did send me a link. So let me see if I can do this without screwing it up. If you want to ride. I'm going to go ahead and turn the sound on just in case. So, yeah. So this is what Stu was talking about, was this thing. Now, one of the common problems that we have in car audio, especially when you're running multiple amplifiers that are not strapped, is being able to control them all at one time with one bass knob. Now, you can get tons of bass knobs out there. You know, the B2's got them, you know, Big Jeff's got them, GP's got them. You name the person, they've got bass knobs. And all a bass knob is a potentiometer that controls the level of the signal going through the RCAs. That's all it is. You could build one yourself. However, sometimes they have inherent issues. For example, when you turn the bass knob all the way down, you're going to get a ground loop differential. And sometimes that can show up in your subwoofers. So what happens is you turn the bass knob all the way down to where it's at its maximum resistance, and then your subwoofer will make this something sound like that. And it'll go away as you turn the knob up. When you get to maximum volume, it won't be there anymore. And that's because of the ground loop issue, a ground differential. Well, one way to avoid that is to use your bass knob that come with your amplifier, because now it's controlling it at a different point in the circuit. It's not controlling the voltage, it's controlling the signal. So it's a different spot that you're cutting. And we don't run into problems there. Okay. Well, when you're running multiple amplifiers that cannot be strapped, you need a way to control all of that at one time. So Stu was recommending this. That's where this guy comes in. I haven't dug into it yet, but it is a $229 option. Now, I'm going to start sneezing. So let me blow my nose, because if I don't, I'll sneeze continually. And I still bake. This happens every single day in my life. It's just part of my life. This is how my life works. So it's $229. Now, we know we can get some different Bluetooth bass knobs, but they work in similar ways as the other bass knobs, just adding a Bluetooth signal to it. So it may or may not be ideal for solving those problems. But this is a $229 option. Now, what is this? This is the Epicenter from Audio Control, and this is the Micro Pro. So, what it is a bass processor. So, what that means is it takes the frequency, the bass frequencies that it hears, and it either lowers them by 1 octave or it lowers them to a harmonic that's lower in the range that your subwoofers like. So, for example, if you're lowering it by 1 octave, if it hears a 62 hertz bass note, it can lower that to 31 hertz. It can cut it in half. That's lowering it by an octave. Every time you lower 1 octave, you cut the frequency in half. So that's the best way to put it. So if you lowered 50 hertz by 1 octave, you would get a 25 hertz frequency. Well, that's too low for most people to play. I can play 25 hertz. I can play like 23, 24 full tilt, but most people can't. So what it would do instead of lowering it by an octave is it would look for a harmonic of that note down below it, and I'll explain that to you. So hang on 1 second. Let me get my brain in gear here, and I will dig up this chart. And it's not in the right location. Let's put it over here. So looking at this chart, if we had a 50 hertz bass note, but that's too high, right? Say it's 49, that's going to be a G. Now, if you know anything about piano or guitar or any kind of instrument, you understand how a chord forms. So G would be played by 3 fingers, a G chord, and that would be a G, D, E, a G, E, C, G, I see a G, B, or a D. So either a G, B, or a D would be a harmonic of G. The chords would play in harmony. So if you were a 3-piece band, 3-piece, harmonic group, doing doo-wop music, you would have the people in that group singing. When that G hits, they'd be singing a G, a B, or a D, right? And it would harmonize. So that's called a harmonic. So if you look over here at this chart, if we look at G, see G translates to 24.5. That sucks, coming down an octave. But if we go to B, we come down here to a B and come down an octave, part of an octave, we end up with 30.87 or 31 hertz. So this note would sound good where this note is. So what the processor does is it can't go down an octave. It'll go from 49 to 30, 31 and give you that note, and it would sound correct in that song, but it would also be playing in the frequency range that your subwoofer would be happy. So this is essentially what the processor is doing. It's doing one of those two things depending on the note. Now, that's what the processor does. That's what all processors do. That's what rebasers do. When you rebase music, you do exactly the same thing. I go through note by note, and I either lower it an octave or I lower it part of an octave down to a harmonic that works, so I can keep all the notes between 29 and say 40, somewhere in that range, so that those notes play in the average person's subwoofer setup in their car. So that's what this job mainly does, okay? But if we take a look, I can't zoom in any, but yes. So you have a left and a right input and a left and right output. And I'm assuming that, without digging any deeper, that this is a high level left and right, and this is a high level output, possibly. Wait a minute, that may be, that's the power. This is the power and stuff. This is a high level left and right. So you can come in at speaker level, or you can come in at line level to this device, and then it's going to output a line level signal here to go to your amplifier, to your subwoofer specifically. Now, what's cool about this is if you brought in from this output over here, you could run this output to as many amps as you want, right? You could run it to 1 amp, you could run it to 4 amps, 5 amps, whatever, and it's going to give you the same exact signal going out to those amplifiers. You still have to gain match them because the amplifier has its own internal gain. So you have to gain match all of them, but then you could use this single knob right here to adjust the volume of all those amplifiers at the same time. Now, there's also this setting right here, this other knob. I think it has multiple jobs. I haven't read into it. I'm just going by feel here, and allows you to probably change how much you're enhancing the bass and all that kind of stuff. But you could leave all those features turned completely off and just use one knob as a bass knob. And then there's other stuff as well. So let's dig into this device a little bit. So the first part is it restores low end frequencies. We already talked about how that works. It's not, and also if you have a car that uses a factory stereo system, and then the factory, when you turn the volume up, right, after you get to a certain point, the bass stops going up. The volume, the mids and highs will keep getting louder, but the bass stops going up. This can solve that problem as well. So it can rebase, basically real time rebase your music, and it can fix that factory bass roll off that you get whenever you turn the volume up. So those are two big deals. It has a parametric equalizer for the bass, so you can actually equalize the bass. That's cool. Line out converter, yes. Line driver, so you can boost the signal strength, of course. You can bring the voltage up or bring it down depending on what your amplifier manufacturer requires for the voltage on the input on the RCAs. So again, you can bring it down as well. You may start out with a 6-volt signal coming into this thing. You could actually lower that voltage to something that a tar amps doesn't, freak out and run for the hills at. But you can also bring that voltage up, and typically bringing your voltage up is going to give you a better overall clean signal, because the more signal you have on the RCA wire compared to the noise that's going to be there, the more signal you have compared to the noise, the higher your signal to noise ratio. Or I'm not sure if it's higher or lower, but you guys get the point. You want the signal to outweigh the noise. And that means you're going to have less noise whenever you got the thing turned down, and you're not going to hear all that weird floor static and stuff. That's the noise. So the more signal you have, the cleaner your system is going to sound, and up to the point to where your amplifier cannot take it anymore. So that's a thing. Factory stereo compatibility, we covered that. That's from these line level inputs. And protect your speakers, subsonic filter. So it's got a built-in subsonic filter to prevent the device from sending a signal to your amplifiers that's lower than the frequency that you had that filter set at. So that's cool. It's across the board. It's going to do a subsonic filter on the, of course, the DSP will do a lot of this stuff. But yeah, so you got a 12-volt remote. You also have a signal sense turn on, and that signal sense, that GTO, that's their shorthand for great turn on. It's signal sense. Basically, whenever this thing realizes there's a signal coming into here or coming into here, it's going to cause it to turn on. I hate using signal sense turn on, but it does have that ability. It also has a 12-volt remote in, which will be over here. That's what I would use. I don't like signal sense turn on because it gets weird sometimes. But if it's what you got to work with, there you go. This is the things that are important for me. It has the ACR dual knob controller. That's that thing right there with 2 knobs on it. Okay. It's compact, and it seamlessly connects to Epic amps. I'm assuming that is one of their amplifiers. So they have different stuff down here. We kind of read through that stuff. So here's some other cool features. Back here, you have maximum input voltage, 40 volts. That's loud, guys. 40 volts is a lot of power. A lot of power. That's a lot of wattage. So that would absolutely handle your speaker level outputs of your factory system straight into this thing. It gives you different load selections. It gives you a max output voltage of 10 volts. So that's a lot of power too. You can send that straight to your amplifier if your amplifier can handle a 10 volt out. Back in the day, we used to run 8 to 9 volts out, but today the amplifiers are weird. This is talking about that signal sense thing. It's got a pair of bass controls, with 27 to 63 hertz. I'm assuming that this is the frequency range it rebases to or something. I really don't know. But it responds down to 10 hertz up to 30 kilohertz, which is past your sonic range across the board. Um, okay. Subsonic filters, 15 hertz, two or I don't know which one that is. Maybe a knob, maybe a switch. I don't know. A nice low THD and a nice low signal to noise ratio. So overall, this is a pretty cool setup. It's kind of pricey for a bass knob, but people spend a lot more for bass knobs these days. So what I think about it, I think it's cool because it also does rebasing. So if you're playing tracks that don't have good bass, i.e., like most music on streaming services, this would fix that problem. Like 1980s and 70s and even some of the early 90s to mid 90s stuff, the bass wasn't all that great. They had to create music that had a frequency range that would fit on a record, and that's always been an issue. So the record groove, that real estate on a record was really really valuable. So they and the way the record player picks up isn't up and down. It doesn't bounce. The needle doesn't bounce up and down. The needle moves from side to side. So the lower the frequency is you're trying to record on a physical medium like a record, the wider that groove has to be, which eats into real estate for the song, right? So they would keep that frequency above like 40 or 50 hertz and up. You wouldn't hear anything that was ever below that frequency. In fact, another one bites the dust. The bass line in that is that bottom bass line, do 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 do. That bottom bass note is 80 hertz, if I'm not mistaken. It's around that. It's really high. So back in the day, bass didn't go low because they couldn't record it on a record, and also because nobody had speakers that could reproduce it. But they still had some great music. Well, this Epicenter thing can actually give you a solution to that. Now let's look through the comments. I have a few in here. We're gonna see what's going on in the comments section. See, Les Claypool, Red Pills in the house. Stu, I don't know. He's up to something. Oh, what's this? Red Pill says day 279 of no block off plates. Awesome. I don't know what he's talking about, but okay. Let's see. ACR 4 for the win. Yeah, he seems to like the thing. Is that what this is? Or am I reading something else? I think this is what this is. But it looks cool. I'm digging it. Stewie, let's see. Now I'm thinking November. It's not so hot. Red Pill. So 11 months or so. Ooh. Hey, what's up, El Fuego? El Fuego's in the house. Hello from the Pacific Northwest. All right. So Bobby said I have the Epicenter Micro and a JP95 with a bass knob. And I say this again, just to be perfectly clear. If you're running a single sub amp and it has its own bass knob, that is absolutely the knob you want to use because you're going to get the cleanest overall signal that way. This setup that I'm contemplating is more for people that are running multiple amplifiers and want to control them with one knob and don't want any noise or weird stuff. I don't know whether this will give you that. I don't know. It may or may not, but it definitely is cool, and it'll definitely do the bass rebasing trick, which is a cool thing. So I'm down with that. El Fuego said I'm chilling at Motel Jesse James, baby. Yeah. See, I don't know that. I could tell you a lot of stories about that place. But yeah, I spent a year living there, that little rundown shithole. But yeah, that's a whole nother story, man. A whole nother avenue of stuff. Um, it's pretty neat though. Uh, he said, "Nice. I'm chilling on my couch waiting for Mama Bear to get home." Oh, mine's already home, showered. She's home, entertained, showered, and in bed at this point. She usually catches out about 7 o'clock in the evening and she's in bed. Unless I got something going on that I require her to be awake, she's in bed by 7 and she gets up by about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. That's her. She's a weird bird. Um, reason I'm JP base knobs that have the 10th and volt gauge. Yeah, I feel you. Having those things built into it is nice, for real. There's getting to be a lot of those. I mean, you got the LAF wireless kit. I don't know how good that. I don't know how good it rejects the noise thing. I don't know how well it works. I mean, I've got people that are using it and they seem to like it. I'm not a fan of things that don't have wires because I tend to lose them. And I'm not. I'm so far. I'm not really down with the idea of having a knob that I could hold in my hand and work in a vehicle. I'm so used to having it mounted somewhere that I'm not sure that I'll like that. But it is what it is. Maybe I will. I don't know. Frank said, "Hello, everybody. One of these days, I'm going to remember to bring my earbuds with me when I go out Friday nights, and it's loud. Oh yeah, yeah. I got my little crappy ones that sound phenomenal. So when I create music, I use multiple different listening environments to test the tracks before I upload them. So I listen to them on earbuds, listen to them on the phone speaker, listen to them in my Tahoe, and I listen to them on my system in here. And then I switch my audio output in here to one of the monitors. So I have speakers built into the monitor. And listen to it on that. And if it sounds good on all of those different sources, I know it's probably going to be a good track. That's just part of the process for me. T. Corley says, "One of these days I'm going to remember to bring my earbuds." Yeah, I just read that. See, my brain, I'm an old man. Uh, yeah, I was pointing that out. Nice little line output. I like the fact that it is a line output converter, so you can skip that. Um, it's got a little minor DSP for the subwoofer built into it, which is cool. Some subwoofer functionality. Um, it's very clean, very elegant. I like the fact that the line goes through it for the wiring. That would be cool. Having shit going from one side and then coming out the other, that can be cool. I am more of a all on one side kind of guy when it comes to equipment. But if you're hiding the equipment or if you're really stealthing it, having it go in and come out the other end is a really easy way to stealth things. I usually display my shit, so I like it to all go in on one side. That's my, you know, whatever you want to call it. Uh, exactly. Having a rebase machine that can continually, solve those bass notes and make them get them down into where your subwoofers can get happy and you can feel that the power of that. Because when these guys played live, they did not. Their tuning was different. So whenever they did a live show, they had everything stepped down to where the bass notes were more in your face and gut wrenching and rip your heart out. So if you remember going to a concert back in the day and hearing the bass and then listening to it on the record and going, man, it don't sound the same. Well, that's why. It's technically not the same. Um, and Red Pill said a lot of country could use that too, especially older stuff. 80s and from the mid 90s, anything from the mid 90s back is going to be lacking in bass. That's just it didn't really start. When technically we could have started putting, big deep bass on 8 tracks or cassettes. But the fact is that the vinyl record was still the main way music was distributed. I mean, like record sales, records, golden records, all that. It was always records. Record was the number one thing. The 8 track was a way to make it portable, but the record was the key, right? Um, so yeah, I mean, and since that was the main medium, you had to work inside the boundaries of what it was capable of doing. Now you could get down and drop low bass on a record. It would just eat up like two songs worth of space by doing that. So they didn't do it. Um, Bobby B is not happy with Walmart. GTO works DC offset. Okay, yeah, I got you. And that's why the DC offset is something that's why, because it's variable. It's not always exactly the same. That may be why I get sketchy results from trying to use that from time to time. A DC offset is technically you. I mean, if you don't have any music playing, you shouldn't have any DC offset, but everything does to an extent. So that's why I'm thinking that since it's a variable, that's why it doesn't always work exactly the way I like it to work. Pontiac GTO, Red Pill says, yeah. That's what I thought of when I first saw that, but it represents great turn on if I remember correctly. Oh, now we're talking about Pontiacs. Dad had a '67 GTO with a 400 under the hood. Yeah, I loved them big block engines, but God, they were so bad. They sounded great. They pulled hard back in the day, but you compare them to modern engines, and they were just terrible. I mean, you have a 400 cubic inch engine that makes it 160 horsepower and maybe 200 foot pounds of torque. That was kind of the norm. They were doing so many bad things to them. In '60s, they were a little less bad because they didn't have the gas, the pollution problems, the pollution standards to cut down and restrict them. But they also hadn't really figured out how to get them to flow like they could. And so there's a lot of stuff. Technology, man. Modern engines are absolutely phenomenal at what they can do with very little cubic inches. Case in point, we've got V8s now in cars that are making 1,000 horsepower from the freaking factory, and that's what they could have done with those engines back in the day had they had the right technology to work on them. So yeah, good stuff. I don't get me wrong though. I'm a '70s guy all the way. '60s and '70s, I love the cars and the big muscle cars from back in the day. It's just a fact that the average minivan running the road right now could outrun most of them in pretty much every metric, which is just something that's bizarre. What? William said, "How am I feeling?" Um, yeah, I keep waking up, and then so I got to do stuff because I'm awake and I'm not dead. So I just keep on, doing stuff. I've been working on this project, but I'm having a hell of a time with this RGB crap. I've done so much RGB stuff in the past. For some reason, this particular project is whooping the hell out of my ass. Um, but I don't know. Yeah, I ain't really set up to demo stuff, but yeah. Let's see here. And y'all dealt with the Kenwood head unit not powering up. And all you have is that red triangle lit up. I'm not familiar. But if you have some kind of red triangle, that usually means something's wrong. And if a head unit's not powering up, my guess would be possibly that you might have something like the ground isn't connected good, or the ground it's connected to is not a good ground. Possibly switched the ground and the positive wires. Possibly switched the remote. No, that would be different if you switch the remote and the always on wire. That might make it behave weirdly. I would check your wiring on those three wires. Very thoroughly check your wiring, even if you know you did it right, because that's the one that typically has the problems. You know you got it exactly perfect. Go back and check them anyway, because that's a good possibility. Another thing that could be happening possibly is you have two speaker wires that are shorted together somewhere, and the head unit is sensing that, so it won't turn on. So yeah, I'd say it's in the wiring, most likely, if I had to guess. Stu said The Epic Micro knob is super clean. They revamped the circuitry a couple years ago to make the output linear. That's cool. No more weird ramp up curve. Yeah, I hate that. I absolutely hate that horrible ramp up curve on some of the cheaper stuff. Um, triangle light, triangle lights. I think the triangle lights up with constant hot. Okay, yeah. Basically, he's saying the same shit I did. Check your wiring. Check even if you stupid. Check yourself because I've done stupid, and I like why did I do that? I have no idea why I did it, but I did it. Stupid. Check yourself. Um, see, I need somebody to help. Okay, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. I cannot pronounce that name. I think Prince is in there somewhere. Anyway, I need somebody to help with designing the ported section of a fourth order bandpass. Ooh, that's fun. I already found out my sealed resonance and my QTC of my sealed section. Good. The ported section is just a matter of designing a ported box mostly. Fourths are not terribly complicated if you get the right size in your sealed section and then you get the right ratio on your ported section, depending on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to play a wide band and have a SQ kind of a sound, then you want to have close to a 1-to-1 ratio. But if you're wanting to get insanely loud and only be able to play one note, you might have a 10-to-1 or higher ratio. For most people, I would say it's usually like a 1 to 1.5, somewhere in that range. So a little bit bigger of a ported chamber. And the chamber is a big deal on a fourth. The chamber is a really important part. The port on the fourth is not nearly as important as the chamber, for the lows anyway. But you have to design your port in relation to the tuning, but also in relation to the size of the ported chamber. Those two are connected directly together. So, for example, a larger ported chamber might end up having a larger port. I don't know. You have to do the math on that. So it's going to come down to the size of your ported chamber and the tuning, the top tuning you're going for. The low tuning is coming off the box, the sealed section. The high tuning is coming off that front port. And the good thing is if you build that front port where it's adjustable, where you can change the size of it, which is fairly easy to do that, and it's also fairly easy to change. So as long as you get the chamber the right size and you get the port somewhere in the general ballpark and make it adjustable, then you can dial that fourth in no problem. It's not near as scary as you think. You've already done the hard part. If you've got the sealed chamber set up and you've got the ratio figured out, the hard part's done. The front port is the easy part, and it's easy to adjust, and it's out there where you can get to it real easy. Hopefully that helps the best I can help. Yes, Too Short's life album had some bass. Yes. I still say it's probably not going to be the lows that I'm looking for, though. And the reason is that whenever you're an artist and you're releasing a record, you need to be able to hear the damn bass on a smartphone. You need to be able to hear it on a tiny speaker. It needs to have sound. And whenever you're playing stuff down into the 20s and 30s, the low 30s and the 20s, small speakers just won't reproduce it. The electronics won't allow them to reproduce it. So since most people are listening on those types of devices, the mainstream artist has to release music that works well on those devices, which means it not as good as it could be on a big sub. Just saying. Money, man. They're after money. And the fact is, probably 99% of the people out there listening to that music are listening on a factory car stereo. They don't even have a subwoofer at all. And you can't kill off 99% of your market to satisfy that 1% us that likes them lows. Money comes down to money. But I would have to listen to some of those tracks though. Stu said, I built a ton of boxes over the years, but I never got into bandpass. Only built one I can remember. Well, even a ported enclosure is a bandpass. A bandpass is, by definition, allows a band to pass. Something here. You're cutting everything up here and you're cutting everything down here and you're allowing this band in the middle to pass. So technically a ported enclosure is a bandpass. A sealed enclosure is not, because it doesn't restrict anything. It has a roll off, but it can play all the way down to 1 hertz. And you'll hear, technically something that can receive pressure will actually pick up a 1 hertz signal. Where on a bandpass, that wouldn't be the case. Any kind of bandpass, being a ported or anything more advanced than that, because once you're playing below that port, anything that's coming out of that port is just going to offset the sound coming out of the speaker. So that's why a ported enclosure's response just falls off a cliff, is because as soon as you're a little bit below that port, now you're just canceling the ports. The sound coming out of the port is literally like another speaker playing out of phase. It's canceling the driver, which kills it. You don't run into that problem on the highs because the wavelengths are much shorter, and the port and the sub don't really get to interact enough to cause cancellation up in the higher bass range. But on the low side, yes. So it's just understanding how the dynamics are. So yeah, a ported enclosure is definitely a bandpass. But you're talking about 4th orders and 6th orders and stuff. That's what people think of most of the time when I think of bandpasses. And there's a lot of really cool stuff involved in those. You can build some really, really cool enclosures, but you're always going to be trading off. You're always going to be trading off range for something else. That's the key. So no matter what you're doing beyond a sealed enclosure, once you leave a sealed enclosure, you're trading off range that you can play for something else, usually for efficiency or volume. And it may be a tiny narrow band that only plays like 60 hertz, stupid loud. You're trading off the range of that for that incredible high spike. You're always trading off something for something else. Fuego said, I drove a 71 Chevelle with an MM Godfather 15 in the back seat in 91. Huh. Get her done. In the back seat. I've had many old beaters with subwoofers or speaker cabinets sitting in the back seat. Yes, sir. I saw that you have a video pertaining to 4th order and 6th order bandpass explained from a year ago. Yeah, it goes pretty deep. I'm steadily learning more about it, but that's a good starting point. It's a good jumping off point. You figure out what you want to go into deeper, then you're going to have to dive in and go to different places. Most of my videos and my information is a pretty general information. I don't dig really deep into SPL, and I don't dig really deep into SQ, but I can get pretty damn deep in SQ, more than I can do SPL. But yeah, I gave you a jumping off point. It's a good video. What's up, boys and gals? D. Hermanson. Welcome, sir. I'm glad you guys showed up. Last Wednesday's video did extraordinarily well, and it was completely out of the blue. We had a really good retention, had a lot of people in here. We had a lot of likes, and I love a video that their questions are answered. That's my main thing. Sue said, welcome, D. Dark WB4. See, we're just going to go with dark. I damn sure ain't going to try to pronounce something with numbers in it. Yo, I had a GTI single sub. I switched. Okay, I'm gonna have to reread this a couple of times, and I switched it. I switched it in my IS 250. It seems to be not hitting. Not. It seems that not hitting that hit. Okay, let me start over. GTI. I'm not sure what a GTI is. A single sub. I switched it. Okay. All right. So the gist of what you're saying, I think that's probably F250. My guess. Um, Maybe you're using speech to text and it just typed in IS is 250. F is sounds the same. So the reason usually whenever you switch a system from one vehicle to the other, there's two things that change. One is the electrical system changes. If your electrical isn't up to snuff in your new vehicle, you're definitely not going to get the output that you did from the other vehicle. The second thing that changes is the shape of the cabin and the size of the cabin. Those two things will drastically change how hard something hits. So you have to figure out your quarter wave and all that stuff. And there's a whole lot going on there. The best way to get that is to get a ballpark number, by ballpark stuff from somebody who has the same or similar vehicle and use their basic measurements and their basic solution as a ballpark. And then you can start zeroing in on your specific vehicle. Um, but yeah, it's a guessing game up to that point, depending on what you're trying to get out of it. But like I said, also the electrical can be a big part of that too. A reduced efficiency of electrical, because you're turning the power that's coming out of your batteries and alternators, you're turning that into bass. If you don't have as much power coming out of there, then you're not going to have as much bass. In the end, that's just the way that works. Um, People tend to forget that the most important equipment to make bass is your alternator and your batteries, because without that, no matter how much money you spend on little black boxes with gear, with electronics inside, you're only going to be able to turn this much power into this much bass, and you're going to lose some of this power to heat on the way to that base. So you got to have a good electrical system, supportive system. That's number one. So it's a possibility of both of those two things. Schoolboy Q is the lows near the 30s. Oh, that sounds cool. I don't do much mainstream music anymore because copyright problems. Companies just want to block all my shit and want to try to share my monetization and all that. If I play even a few seconds of a distorted version of their stuff in, so I just don't play it at all anymore in my demos. And most of the time when I'm riding anymore, I don't even listen to mainstream music. I listen to my own stuff. I don't have to worry about it. You'd think that the company would realize or recognize that getting their song out there would potentially get some people interested in that song and it would actually help their sales, but they're so short-sighted that they want to try to steal money from the creator that's putting that little clip of music on there. And so I say, screw them all. I'll make my own music and they can all go jump in a river and have fun. That's just my philosophy on that. And my music is available for anybody to use. As long as you don't upload like a whole entire full length song and say, this is my song, right? I don't care what you do with it. You can make videos, you can do demos with people, and I'm not going to monetize any of that. I'm not going to try to monetize your video. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to block you. I'm not going to monetize you. You can use my stuff in whatever you want. And I'm trying to bring that element to the community as well, because it is a problem. It's a real problem. Stu said Lexus trumps are definitely much better isolated than Volkswagens. He recognized the vehicle. I didn't. But yeah, it's about the space, the material, the shape of the space, the size of the space, and the electrical system. Those are the things that that are different, Stu's dropping knowledge left and right. Stu is always dropping knowledge. Stu is my technological support guy. I need to give him a title. I had to give him a title. Let's see here. I can't do him. I can't do it here. I'll figure it out. I give him a star. You get a star, Stu. Hey, no problem, Dark. Have to listen to Night Lovell's Jamie Sen, another low bass song. It's not very bass. Cool. I would dig into it. I do enjoy listening to stuff. I just anymore I'm getting more and more to where I just listen to stuff that I create because I'm just so incredibly, totally done with recording studios and record labels. Not the artist, it's everybody else. The upside down guy in Australia. Yeah, I know, man. Screw them Aussies over there with their warm weather right now. Damn kangaroo rats and shit. You know I love you, Debbie. I see. Lamp cord, Stu says. Hell yeah. Tar amp cord. Tessa tape, lamp cord, self tapping deck screws. You know you're living an SQ life then. Hell yeah, man. Let it rip. Tech flex on the radiator hoses. Ah. A little duct tape, man. You're good. You're Gucci. I have my buddy uses what's this stuff called? Zip tape. ZIP tape for a whole lot of stuff. And I mean it's really handy. It's kind of like a stretchy version of sound deadener, but super sticky and on a roll. You know, you can use it to do all sorts of stuff. It's a problem solver. If you got a hole in the body, you can zip tape that sucker and it's done. Um, it's pretty cool stuff. That's his go-to duct tape for weird problems where he's trying to solve a problem. Works pretty good. I need to get me a roll of that shit, but it ain't cheap. I'm gonna take and put I want to put 4 pieces of it on my freaking sunroof and go around the sunroof to seal it to me. Because I've got a tiny, tiny leak up there. And some of that zip tape would sort it right out. Let's see here. 3-hour rant why self-tapping deck screws have resonant issues. I don't know. What I like is whenever you guys crack a joke on something, I like to try to find some element of real in your jokes. That's one of my games I play. So you know. I get your jokes, but I like to try to find something in it that actually is real. And I'm trying to figure out how to bring that into the real world. Well, the fine threads would definitely tend to not hold as well. That could definitely cause panel resonances. Okay, there you go. That's it, Dubby. Expensive sound deadener. I'm going to go on here. What did Nick say? I missed something here. I don't know what he's referring to. Sound deadener. Okay. So I'm reading the comments ahead of time. You're funny. So when it comes to sound deadener, the cost of it is not relevant to its performance. Typically, they are fairly well aligned, but it's not always relevant. And what you're looking for is something that has enough mass to reduce the resonant frequency of the panel you're putting it on. That's it. I mean, that's really it. If the panel resonates, meaning if it, that doesn't really work. If it sounds like a drum when you hit it, of some kind, that's bad. If it makes a noise that continues after you hit it, if it makes any noise after that, that's what you're trying to kill. You're trying to make it so that that thin piece of metal, instead of going kong, 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 goes tap, tap, tap. So all you have to do is have enough deadener, enough material attached to that panel so that it doesn't ring at the frequencies that you're exposing it to. Now, in the car audio world, the tap, tap, tap is definitely not the frequency that it's being exposed to. What it's being exposed to is 30 hertz, 28 hertz, 26 hertz, 35 hertz, those low frequencies. And they're going to be a lot more forceful about what they do. So a thicker, heavier deadener is going to give you better control over that resonant frequency. But again, it depends on the panel. It depends on the application. And it doesn't have to be deadener. It could be literally anything. You could glue a piece of plywood to a panel and get the same result in some cases. So I know because I've done it. So think outside the box. You don't have to go buy 16 boxes of freaking ridiculously expensive deadener to deaden a panel. You just got to attach something heavy enough to it that it can't vibrate at the frequency that you're exposing it to. And that's the key. It could be anything. You can glue 1/4-inch plywood to a panel and significantly lower the resonant frequency of that panel. And I guarantee you that is going to do more for that panel and lower that frequency than a half a box of $20 or $30 a sheet freaking sound deadener from somebody's company that puts their name on it so that it looks cool. It has its place, but don't think about what you're doing. Think about the project and figure out ways to do things more economically, both time-wise and money-wise. And of course, spending, everybody has three budget factors. You got your time, your knowledge, and your money. Now, which one do you have the most of? If you got tons of time and not much money or knowledge, then, figure out different ways to do it. Anyway, I can go on and on about that whole trilogy. I'm not sure what Dub is talking about here. He said, been attacking people past week. He's on a tear. Are you saying that you're running around with a drumstick beating on people's heads like they're a freaking Congo drum? That's a bit of an inside joke. I was producing a song with Suno, and it's not important, but whenever Suno makes a track, when it outputs a track, it also attaches a tiny image to it. And the image he put on there was a piano, and some guy had a drumstick in his hand. He's about to attack that piano with that drumstick. And it kind of stuck in my head. I thought it was hilarious. Both SPL and SQSI can get crazy. Yes. And I'm with you, man. I'm right down the center. I lean, well, it depends on what I'm doing, because some days, depending on what I'm doing, some days I'm full SPL blowing hair around, and other times I'm playing some really cool, easygoing music in there and trying to enjoy the vibe and the sound stage and all that stuff. So it depends on what I'm doing, but I like my vehicle to be able to do both, which means it's not going to do either extremely well, but I don't do any one specific thing extremely well, but I can do a whole lot of things pretty good. So it kind of represents me. I think that's a good spot. Just surprised SQ fighting like this. I don't know. Well, people live off of drama, man. So that's a thing. If you're looking at the car audio community, it's just as screwed up as any other community. I mean, you could go to the freaking crocheting community and get the same crazy dramatic bullshit going on. Freaking knitting community, the quilt making community, the doll making community, whatever it is, they're the same idiots are there both sides of the fence, and people just love to have drama. Drama's it fuels everybody's life for some reason. I mean, just look at Facebook. You know? Wow, man, it gets bad. I'm an SQ guy forced to install customers' bad decisions for a living. Yeah, it is what it is, bro. That's we all got it. We all got to do our thing. Uh, Same with my buddy Carmel. He's an SQ guy, and most of what he does is install bad decisions. All right, let's see here. Prince. We figured that we're just going to call him Prince. 2 SoundCube HD S310s. 1 cube sealed separate chambers per sub. A QTC of 0.64. That's kind of low. Or 0.46, I mean. And that is kind of low, but I'm not sure how it's affected by your. I'm assuming you're going to have a fairly small ratio. So there's going to get some. You're going to get some Q off of the vented chamber as well as the ported chamber. I see what you're doing there. I'm not an expert in this department. I just know a little about it. A 40 hertz resonance fit up to 1.49 on the ported chamber per sub with 20 square inches of port area per cube. That sounds like a reasonable plan. That'd be a 1 to 1.5 ish, which is going to give you a pretty damn musical tune. It's still going to have some good solid peak in the middle. So wherever your frequency is that you are just, whenever you get it set all the way done, you'll find that frequency where you're just hammering for your SPL runs and your hair tricks and all that sort of thing. But the 1 to 1.5 is an excellent spot. 20 hertz per cube, 20 square inches per cube is a reasonable number as well. You'll find probably that you'll want to shrink that port. So when you build it in such a way that you can add something to it to shrink the opening. Because if you change it at all, it's going to be making it smaller. So make the bottom of your port something that you can change, raise up and down and close off more or open up more. If you go any direction, it'll be making it smaller. So that's a good starting point. Get your size locked in on the sides, and then just have the top. Maybe the top can add more layers to bring it down. The bottom, you could add more layers to bring it up. That sort of thing, and you'll be solid in there. I believe that's a pretty good setup you got going on. I don't see any red flags. It's pretty high, pretty small on that cube, but then again, those are 10s. They're not doing 15s. I'd have to look into the specs on the sub to be more exact, but you've already probably done that because you're pretty stationary. You're pretty good. You're pretty solid with your information here. And a 1.5 would also give you a little bit more restriction on that top chamber to the vented chamber to help with your resonance. Ultimately, in the very end, you want your resonance to be somewhere around 0.7. Your QTC around 0.7, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, but around 0.7. 0.707 is the magic number, but we're not trying to, paint toenails here. Somewhere around 0.7 ultimately, after all things are considered. So yeah, good luck. Sounds like you're on the right track though. Tech support for the win. Have you tried to turn it off and back on? Yeah, power cycle. It worked for Jesus, right? I'm going to get so much hate for that. Let's see here. That's 5 cubes per 10 on the sealed side, just to clarify. Five cubes per 10 on the ported side? Because you're saying you got 1 cube separate chambers per sub. 1 cube sealed separate chambers per sub. I don't know. It's all going to be based on your what your sub wants. So go with. I mean, when you're doing the smaller chamber on that is going to play high notes better, probably be louder. The larger chamber on your sealed side is going to play lower, but probably not as loud. And usually people try to get in the middle somewhere. So yeah, you would need to put your sealed side somewhere in the ballpark of what the subwoofer manufacturer calls for on the sealed enclosure. Maybe just a little bit bigger if you want to play lows well. If you want to play the lows and get that low range. But if you're wanting to just get stupid loud, then smaller, 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 is the joint. But then you're looking at like 60, 70 hertz, whatever, for your SPL runs, and you're going to have a real peaky ass box. Making it a little bit bigger is going to be better for movement and moving air and playing lows. So yeah, it's a lot of there's a lot of math involved. And you said you want wide bandwidth, yeah. You want that bottom to play, like 25, 28 hertz, and then that front port to play like 40. I try not to separate them more than an octave. I've already explained about octaves. Octaves are easy. If your bottom is playing 22, then your front would be a 44. But I try to stay within an octave when I'm designing. So I would go to like a 22 and a 40 or a 28 and a 45, something like that. Yeah, that's what I typically go for. And nice range. You're going to cover the whole bandwidth of a subwoofer doing that. My numbers are just pulled straight out of my butt, so don't write them down as they're the gospel or anything. But you want to keep it within an octave, the separation. That part you can write down. And what that does is allow you to play all the notes, because an octave is all the notes. It's all the notes, and then it repeats for the next octave. So if you can play a whole octave, you can play the whole thing. I like to trim that a little bit down and not quite play an octave. Let's see here. Stu said, I remembered. We discovered heat shrink tape last year. Still need to buy a roll and see what it's about. I haven't used the tape. I can see where it would be useful, though, in scenarios where you can't get a piece of heat shrink tubing over the end and it's, heat shrink tape. Maybe that's a thing. But I also would tend to think that it might be more of a cheap patch kind of a thing. I don't know, man. It might look pretty good. It might be pretty professional. It's hard to say. But yeah, I need to look into that too. Might be something worth digging into. I can imagine a case scenario where the end of the tape just kind of starts peeling up as you heat shrink it because it's not holding on to anything. I don't know. Again, I can't speak on that because I don't know. Dub says, Nick from Resonix, yeah, has been on the attack with people about subwoofers, Clipple data, etc. He's gone after Sundown and Sound Integrity and some others. Sounds like a nice little drama war, nice little sound, car audio drama war. And the thing about that is I tend to lose respect for people that get all wound up in those. Their priorities are not in the right spot. They're putting priorities on winning drama battles, which is completely pointless. I mean, look how many people out there think the world is flat right now. You can't argue with these idiots. They're just they're just going to go through life walking in reverse and running into shit and not knowing why. I don't know what to tell you. Some people are just too broken to fix, and you just got to let them go. Let them walk on by, and then you can breathe in nice fresh air, and life is good. That's what I try to do. There's actually two parts to CLD. Okay, yeah, we're digging in. I was staying on the panel resonance thing, Stu. I was not getting into the other elements of it. I was just staying on panel resonance because that's 90% of what people are actually after. Most people, unless if you know what you're after, then my information was pointless because you already know all that. If you don't know, that's when it comes into play. So let's see what Stu had to say. The stuff with the aluminum layer on top and the butyl layers add mass as well as transferring mechanical energy into multiple directions. And then it broke off. He broke. The aluminum layer constrains the mechanical energy into the butyl so it can dissipate. Of course, it turns vibration into heat, but that's what we're doing across the board, no matter what you do. Okay. I'm rereading what he says here. Mechanical energy into multiple directions. Okay. The aluminum layer constrains the mechanical energy into the butyl so it can dissipate. Yeah, I'll buy that, at least to some degree. I yeah, I should do some testing. You guys think I should do some testing on Sound Deadener and what it does? A nice controlled environment. I know there's been some done on the internet. Um, if I remember correctly, the Amazon stuff came out pretty good. But I could do a controlled test on half a dozen different sound deadeners and how effective they are. I think I have a way to make that work pretty good. Maybe test 3 different sound deadeners, one top quality sound deadener, one inexpensive sound deadener, like something that you can go buy on Amazon and not spend a fortune for, and a homemade solution. 3 of those. That would be, I'm not testing brands per se, I'm testing concept. Big, thick, meaty sound deadener versus thin, cheap Amazon sound deadener versus something that I just pull out of my backside and make a sound deadener with. If you guys think that's cool, put it in the comments. Let me know. Let me know what your idea is on that. So I could do that. I could set that up. I got an idea for I made a way to create a test. I need a minimal amount of tests because it's going to cost money to build that. But yeah, I could do something like that just to see how effective it actually is. Are you getting your money's worth, or can you replace it with something that's not even considered sound deadener, something totally different? Is there a way to make it work without that? And I've got a temperature gun, but it's not going to be sensitive enough to pick up the temperature change of the deadener. But I will say this: anytime everything that vibrates in a vehicle generates heat, and if you use a material to stop it from vibrating, it's going to generate more heat. But it's not going to be necessarily an amount that will show up easy on a temp gun without using a ton of power. And we're not going to be doing a ton of power. Dove is talking about that butyl plus foam. Yeah, that's good stuff. That's the luxury liner stuff. That's a good one size fits all stuff because it traps sound, as in it actually stops it from moving from one side to the other. It also has the restraining layers to keep it from ringing. So that can be very. It's also very pricey, very pricey. So if you just want to throw a whole bunch of money at it, that luxury liner kind of stuff with the multiple layers and the foam layer on the top and all that, that's where you're going to get a good result by just throwing money at it. We're trying to solve the problem without throwing tons of money at it, though. I want to see if that's possible. Uh, let's see here. I saw you ran out of room. I figured that part out. What's the benefit? Okay. What's the benefits of running two? What's up, Millie? Mill J? Mill J? Okay. The benefits of running two alt gauge from the from to second from two alt gauge. I guess that's what he's saying. From to second battery. Um, well, the benefit of running any doubled up wire is to carry more current safely through that cable. If you, for example, alt gauge, I typically restrict it to around 400 amps on short runs and 300 amps on longer runs. That's what I typically do. I figured that from my numbers. Anything under like 10 feet, I'll run 400 amps on it. Anything over 10 feet, I'll switch it down to 300 amps. So if you need to pull 600 amps from point A to point B, if it's a long run, you need two of them. If it's a short run, you still need two of them because it's over 400 amps. That's just how I do it. I work it out in my head. There's more exact, precise numbers, but that's what I do in my head. So running two doubles up on the amount of power you're able to move from point A to point B safely. As once a wire starts getting warm, it's not going to be productive anymore. You definitely need more wire. You could use a larger cable or you could double up on the same cable. Usually doubling up is where you go because you don't want to go spend another, $200 on something that you just bought, and you can't really use. So that's the reason for doubling up cables. um, let's see here. True, yes, sir. CLD plus closed cell foam adds decoupling factor and also good insulator. Absolutely, 100%. That's the other thing is that you can actually, if you run that stuff, that luxury liner. That's what I call it. That's what I always think of whenever I think of that. It's really thick stuff. You run that stuff over like your tunnel for your transmission and around your firewall and places. It blocks heat. You put it on the roof, it blocks heat. Your car will run cooler and be warmer in the winter and cooler in the summer by doing that. But again, that stuff ain't cheap. And in order to get the heat rejection, you need to cover the whole surface, not just put patches in. Patches will help with the sound, but you got to cover the whole baked potato, as Dean says, if you want to stop heat from getting through, because you got to cover it all. And I appreciate you for saying that. I appreciate the questions. And of course, if anybody else is helping you in chat, that's also appreciated. And we all do it because we love doing it, because we enjoy helping people. And we enjoy talking about our hobby and our passion. And that's why we're all here. Okay, W, what's up? Let's see here. I have a weird. I'm never sure what the hell I'm going to get from W because he likes to crack jokes, and so I'm always looking for the punchline. I have a weird 9K whine happening in the car. It's only when my wife's inside, though. There it is. What do you think it could be and how to fix it? I make house calls. Guys, W, you're so crazy. Uh, Feed her some tacos, man. I feed my wife. She always shuts up. Stu, what fronts can I fix it with an ASP? Stu, for my front sub, I'm thinking, oh my God, you guys are so crazy. For my front sub, I'm thinking image dynamic 8 and about zero point 0.4 cubic feet. There's a ton of options, specs per dollar. Sound thoughts? I know you were referencing this to Stu. Um, for a front sub, just about anything in a tiny sealed enclosure is going to give you really good upper bass, like in that 40 or 50 or so hertz up to like 100 hertz is going to really resonate. Don't be too crazy about what you pick. Just make sure that it'll handle the power you're going to put on it, that it fits in the enclosure you're going to put it in, and give it as much airspace as you can in the space that you have to work with. Um, that's my advice. You're gonna once you put the DSP on it, you're gonna find the magic anyway. You know, it's gonna blow your freaking mind whenever you hear that front sub drop in and bring up those lows that you're missing up there. Holy bejesus, dude! I've done demos where I left my subwoofer wall off, and I would just play in the front stage, which is my little 10-inch sub in the front of the dash, and I'm like, and people are like listening, and they're like, "Holy crap, that's a lot of bass." So yeah, it's a tremendous amount of bass. Um, so yeah, sounds like a good plan. Never heard any bad mouth ID subs. Okay, yeah, he's talking about the image dynamics. Yeah, any bad? Okay, yeah. What's up, Key? I mean, how are you? I'm running about 150 amp hours with three AGMs. Three AGMs and 150 amp hours? Must be running one oddball AGM because they usually run it on 100 amp hours each. A 320 amp alt and a 2.0 Subaru 3K bass amp, 800 watt door amp, 440 watt tweeter amp. I'm currently clipping at full tilt. Is it worth going lithium? You're trying to pull 3,000 watts plus. We'll call it 4,000 watts. You're trying to pull 4,000 watts, which is um, 400 amps out of three batteries. You've got enough alternator to almost support that. But you said you're currently clipping at full tilt. Yeah, I would say it is. I would do a couple things. I would look into the Trunk Thunder Lithium 5K. Would work brilliantly in your setup. You could lose two of those AGMs and just run one under the hood if you want to. Put the 5K back there inside the vehicle right by the amps, and that's going to solve that problem. But this other thing I would look into is making sure your grounds and wires are big enough to carry the current you're pulling. You're pulling 400 amps. That's bigger than an alt gauge. So you need two alt gauges to handle that power from wherever it's coming from to your amplifier. You could charge over one wire. I would still run two. So I would run two alt gauge power wires from your alternator to the back, and I would hook them up to a Trunk Thunder Lithium 5K and run from the Trunk Thunder Lithium 5K to your amplifiers. And you're going to need, you're probably running a single alt gauge power and ground from that point, which is fine, considering what the amps are pulling. That would be my basic general suggestion. If you don't want to run the Trunk Thunder Lithium 5K and you're trying to save money, you can head over to Big Jeff. Use the Big Jeff Lithium. That is rated at about half the power of that 5K, so it'll handle about 3,000 watts by itself. With that big alternator, it should be fine. I'm just recommending the 5K because base heads be base heads, and we always end up going bigger eventually. So you might as well buy a battery that'll support 6, 7, 8,000 watts, which with that alternator, that 5K will handle 8,000 watts, no problem. So that gives you, room to grow into it. That's my suggestion on that. Yes, you need lithium. To answer your question directly is yes. Stu said he's always down for testing. Everybody's into that idea. Oh my goodness. Oh, the aluminum tape. Yeah, I don't know. That is interesting though. I mean, it would still give a bit of a substrate. So I don't know. I've got some ideas. I just got to work out the details on the testing. I think I have some ideas though. And you guys are all into the testing idea. That's good. Key said I have one alt gauge coming from a 320 amp alt to the battery. I would, yes. I would run two runs. That's pushing the limits. I don't know how far it is away, but I would run two. That may not help with your situation, but it will help. It'll help future-proof you, and it'll help with making sure you're not overtaxing that system. So the question I would ask is, if you jam it real hard for a while, does that wire get warm coming from the alternator? If that wire's getting some heat in it, then definitely need to double it up. Let's see. Dubby, can I fix the 9K wine? Bro, if she's whining at 9,000 hertz, man, you need to fix your wife. Because that girl's broken. That is a very high frequency. I would open the door, ejectocito, because I saw somebody throw that in there. I would definitely have to ejectocito cuz her ass, because my head would explode. Straight up, Abba. It's not a Duma. Currently about 4,200 watts. Yeah, that's about what I said, about 4,000 watts. Ejectocito cuz. With no roof hole. Oh my God, the visual I got from that, brother. y'all are so messed up. This I can see her flying up into the roof and like folded up like an accordion. That is so messed up, dude. Oh God. No, they were not. They were pushing different stuff. The tweeters are not going to count. I know that. I'm just figuring it relatively. Your tweeters are only going to be pulling like 30 or 40 watts at most, even though you're putting hundreds of watts on them. I mean, all that stuff's not relevant. It's all musical. The point is, I just figure it all at 4,000 watts just to build a shell around everything so that it all fits neatly inside. Not constraining it to the actual perimeter, but giving it some wiggle room. That's what I always do with my electrical. I want plenty of wiggle room. See, I haven't messed with building a system. Okay, what's up, Iron Pony? I haven't messed with building a system for about 25 years. I got the bug to do something in my 2005 Jeep Wrangler. Thoughts? That's a building a Jeep is it's building a system and also building a system in a Jeep. It's two separate undertakings. Jeep is like it's like building a system in a Corvette or in a Lamborghini. Where do you put stuff? The Jeeps are very, very space limited. So they have amazingly good boxes that can be installed that are prefabs that work really well in a Jeep. I think I can't think of the name of the manufacturer. Stu will throw it in there probably though because he's already typing right now. Probably already said something. I haven't even got to the comments, but they make prefab boxes for Jeeps that are Rhino lined and stuff. That can work pretty good because where your sub is going to be your biggest problem is where your sub is going to go. And then also the mids and highs, the Jeep has those two little dash speakers, one on either side, that are kind of angled wrong and all that stuff. So you're going to be limited. You're going to be looking for mids and highs that have a wide pattern. That's that have a wide off and a good off axis ability. There's no door speakers, so what you're left with is the dash speakers, the possibly tweeters somewhere up in the dash itself, and then possibly a sound bar or pods, depending on what you're trying to do, and then a subwoofer. A Jeep is just a real pain in the ass to put a system in. I mean, it in every single way. I got a buddy that's got 200 and something speakers in a Jeep, and it's loud as shit, but it is definitely not what you're talking about. So yeah, it's its own project is building a car stereo system, and the next project is building a car stereo system in a Jeep. Your friend is going to be specific. She might want to check out Kicker. Looking at shop there, they probably have some good setups for that. If not that, heading over to what's the name of that stupid? I can't think of the name of that place. The website where they tell you what fits in your vehicle. Somebody will put it in the comments eventually. They always do. Go there and pop in. I might Crutchfield. Yeah, that's it. Go to Crutchfield and look and see what fits in there and go through. Your dash is the big thing. Figuring out what fits in the dash. You may have something in there that's kind of made to help solve the problems that Jeep created when they made that dash and designed that ridiculous way it's set up. And then finding a subwoofer that's custom fit to fit in your vehicle. It needs to not be MDF if you're going to be having the roof down and ever. If it has a removable top or whatever, you're taking it off. You want to have the thing be completely waterproof. So if you're using an MDF enclosure, it will get destroyed. So it needs to be a plywood style construction or plastic construction to even remotely be able to handle that environment. But yeah, that would be the direction I would look at. It's figuring out how much you can. I think they have an under seat mounted sub, if I remember correctly. It fits under the passenger seat, maybe. Can't remember, but they have them that go down there and fit underneath the seat. Then you have the small little bit of storage space you have in the back, depending on the model and everything. They also have some that are custom make. You might look at JL Audio, Google JL Audio Stealth Box for a Jeep, blah, blah, blah. You might find something in there that works. They're going to be pricey, but they're going to sound absolutely amazing. And they're going to be completely fiberglass. So they would be able to handle the world of any vehicle for that matter. Hopefully I gave you enough ideas there that you can find what you're looking for. But Kicker would be a good place to start too. They have some really good marine environment stuff. Amplifiers and other equipment that's really, really easy. It's installer friendly. It's daily driver friendly. It's kind of stupid friendly and sounds good and has good marine specs. So that'd be a choice too. You said it's 2005 Wrangler. Yeah, I'd have to dig. I don't have them all memorized. I know. I mean, as far as how the shape of everything's made. Mill J said, one more question. With the double run of alt coming from the front, the second battery, do I double up on the 5K? It has 2 powers, 2 grounds, or should I do 4? Alt gauge, or will a 2 be fine? No, man. 2 runs of power and 2 grounds connected to the battery. 2 runs of power from the alternator, 2 runs of ground from wherever. The alternator needs to be sure that it's grounding. If you're pulling from the body or the frame or whatever, with your grounds, be sure that you've got your alternator's got 2 healthy runs running to that same panel that you're pulling from, or just run them alongside the power. That's going to stupid proof that alternator for a long time. As far as what goes from the battery to your amplifier, it's just however big of a lead the amplifier takes will be fine. Unless you feel it getting warm, whenever you get done, throwing a freaking train in it for a while, get out and go around feeling wires. If you feel anything that feels warm, then you need to put more wire there. Hopefully I answered that question. There's 2 powers, 2 grounds. Yeah, hopefully I answered your question. Stu's going to fight with me, and I agree with him. But I'd run too. I say that because I run too. I also say that because here's the thing. If I run a single 400 amp fuse on a single run of alt gauge from my 370 amp alternator to my back battery, and I go full tilt boogie on it for about 20 seconds, it'll blow that fuse. That tells me that I'm pulling more than 400 amps through that fuse. So why be that close? Go 2. 2 runs solves the problem. That's my personal experience with that. But yes. And I agree with you, Stu. I just like I said, I like to build my house and then build a building around my house. I want room outside. I don't want anything on the edge of what it's capable of. I double up because I already know. Shit falls out the window, and then you got stuff running, and you got goats in your damn yard trying to milk your cat. Got a wife stuck to the roof of your car, and shit's just gone sideways. So I design things to be well stronger than they need to be. And I'm always going to give you advice that I think fits into that narrative. Stu is correct. Iron Pony, wiring quality. Knowledge and products have changed since our old days. Yes, significantly. We're using a lot more powerful gear. It requires a whole lot more electrical to run it. And old school people are throwing in these big ass amplifiers, but not beefing up the electrical enough to handle it because they didn't really have to as much back in the day. And the thing is, I don't even consider AGM as being a part of an electrical system anymore. It's just not. It's for starting a car. It's terrible at car audio. Terrible. It's just the facts. It's not whether or not to use lithium. It's which lithium to use. That's the question now. It isn't whether or not to use it because AGM is just a complete joke. It takes so blasted many batteries to be able to handle the throughput to maintain a car audio system going full tilt boogie. It takes so many of them. Like, why? I do the best I can, and Dubby, everybody helps. Even Dubby, he helps. You know, he lightens the mood for sure, doesn't he? And Rick says, "Do it." Yeah, yeah, I should do that. I think I'm building up momentum for that idea, and I got some plans. Uh, Stu. So Will says, Stu, I'm new here. Can I go straight to my cells in the back without the big three? Uh, yes, but you're going to be limited on your power transfer by the conductors that you're using. So you need more conductor for more power. Um, but here's the thing, if you're doing a battery delete and you're keeping your existing alternator, um, you can get by with running straight from the alternator back to the battery. That's the best choice. Can your current electrical system handle that? It can handle what your alternator is putting out. Yes. If you're not going to be running a battery up front and you're just having the alternator kick out power, uh, it, on a stock alternator, you're not looking at moving a whole ton of current to the back battery, so you don't really need a heavy ass setup. But I would still, I mean, I know that you're not going to stop there. And I know that you're going to be buying more equipment and you're not going to be upgrading that wire anymore. You're just going to be trying to run off that wire. You know, I already know that that's how that's going to go. So, yes, I would recommend running. I don't know how much power you're talking about, but I would recommend running a heavy enough wire to handle twice what your alternator is putting out. Go ahead and throw a alt gauge. If you got a stock alternator, run you an alt gauge power and ground back to your battery. That way, the battery can transfer the power to the front if you're doing a battery delete and start your car. And also, the alternator can get the power back to the battery efficiently. And if you're doing a battery delete, and that just registered in my head, you got to be able to send power back up the wires from the battery to start your car. So you need to be able to handle it. So at minimum, alt gauge, a good solid alt gauge run of copper alt gauge run, positive and ground, um, to the front to back is going to be imperative. But you don't have to do a big three if you're running it from front to back. You're eliminating that. That sounded terrible, but hopefully you got the right answer out of that. Iron Pony says, where the hell's my lighter? Iron Pony says, I loved Alpine head units, and I've had a couple of nice Kenwoods. That was back in the 90s. Right now, Kenwood is kind of the money shot. If you're wanting a head unit, an actual head unit, you're going to be very happy with Kenwood today. Kenwoods are good. They're still good. Alpines are still good too, but Alpines are weird. They have kind of a janky software. It's a little bit weird. It's not really intuitive, and they're also pretty pricey. I mean, um, just depends on what you're looking for. But if I'm going to buy a head unit, and someone says I want a reliable head unit that sounds amazing and that I know how to use, I can figure it out, it's 100% going to be a Kenwood, one of the Kenwood Exelon head units, absolutely all day long. They're just a go-to head unit anymore. Yes, he's answering that question. Okay, Stu says you absolutely can. Just make sure there's good enough ground path in the back from the alt cells to cover the current draw. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that statement. Wife's home, back in a bit. You just need the ejectocito, cuz, and you'll be good to go. Bet she's bet she's up on the headliner, still whining the 9K. Oh, you went from 8K to 9K. She's getting worse. Keeping them dry. Yeah, we're talking about the subs and the Jeep. Crutchfield, thank you, Frank. I figured it out eventually. Stu, wait a minute, wait, Stu. Stu's getting yelled at for not taking out the trash. Yeah, probably. He gets in all kind of trouble. Uh, so Iron Pony said, "Got it. This isn't a trail basher. It's a mint OE garbage. Sorry, man. Oh man, brain. Garage Queen. Uh, but a marine gray box sounds like the challenge. Yeah, regardless, you want to, if you're a Jeep, if anything that can conceivably get wet inside ever for any reason, you want it to be able to handle water. Because I mean, I don't even like running MDF in a sealed up vehicle that never sees rain inside. MDF is just waiting to absorb moisture. It's like a sponge waiting to suck that moisture up. It's really good at that. So keep that in mind when you're building whatever you end up doing. If you end up building yourself or having something built, you want to use plywood. Um, Plywood, again, doesn't like being soaked all the time, but it can handle water way, way, way better than MDF. Um, and then you probably want to do a bed liner on it or something to help seal it up. Let's see here. I'm definitely okay. Mr. Cornnut in the house. What's up, man? I'm definitely in the less product copper club. I stay above what's needed, but no more. That stuff is expensive and people won't pay for it anyway. Yeah, and I'm with you, Cornnut. I know. But whenever someone's asking me, I always go bigger than I need to because I don't want to tell somebody that this is enough and then have them find out that it isn't. There was something that was left out or whatever. I don't want that to happen. I always go bigger than what I need. And I'd rather spend the money on the copper and not have to worry about it because they're going to inevitably upgrade. They're going to buy a bigger amplifier. They're going to do something. It's going to change the original perimeters. I want to be able to cover that for as long as possible. Um, and I say that not from someone who is trying to sell you wire, but from someone who has a big ass Tahoe out here with 16,000 watts in it, and that has done all this shit over and over again. I make no money off of whether or not you buy wire, but that's just what I recommend based on my personal experience. Always go bigger. W said, "Got to keep this hobby alive and kicking for everyone except Nick from Resonance." I feel sorry for the guy, even though he's asking for it, man. When somebody starts trolling you, just turn them off. Just turn them off. Say, it was fun talking to you, but I'm not playing that game. Done. I get trolled. I get people trolling me on chat, and I'm just like, bless your heart. Or my, didn't your mama raise a good boy? Shit like that. And then they're sitting there going, wait a minute, was that an insult or a compliment? I'm not really sure. That's where I'll leave them. And then I don't say anything else. I'll just let them blabber on whatever they want to say. Because there's no point in me wasting my energy, causing myself stress, dealing with somebody who just wants to argue just for the sake of arguing. No, screw that, man. I'm not down with that. Digging Low said specifically Kenwood XR. I think you meant specifically. Kenwood XR 5-volt pre-out and optical out on models 1050XR and 1058XR and the DAX 8008XR. Yeah, I'll buy into that. I don't know the model specifically, but I'll buy into that. I'm not a proponent for optical. Don't buy optical because it's optical. If you get it, fine, but don't go spend the money to get optical thinking it's going to make life amazing. Optical literally is the same signal as a signal over RCAs. The only difference in optical is the only practical difference in optical is optical doesn't pick up noise from the run from the radio to wherever it's going. It won't pick up any of the noise. So if you've got a really stupid noisy environment, optical is available. Use it. It'll eliminate the noise. If your environment's nice and quiet and your RCAs aren't picking up any noise, our optical is not going to sound any different whatsoever. And in fact, with optical output, you're only getting a stereo output. So if you're running 4 speakers and you're not using a DSP, or if your DSP doesn't take optical, we're not getting complicated here, but you're only going to get a left and right channel. You're not going to get a left, right, and then a left, right front and a left, right, rear. So you're limiting yourself to 2 channels, which if you're running a DSP, that's no big deal. But if you're not, it is. And also consider that most amplifiers don't accept optical. My DSP and my Tahoe will take an optical input. So, I mean, if you have it and you get, if I bought a stereo that had an optical, maybe I'd run it just because it was there. I've already got it. But I'm just saying, don't go buying something just for the optical. You're not going to be impressed with it. It's going to sound the same, just less noisy. So Will said, I have a 2-volt Kenwood, great features, but I like the Kenwood Exaline 4-volt CD player, but different EQ settings. Huh? Now, I'm confused by that whole thing. But you have a 2-volt Kenwood, but you like the Kenwood Exaline 4-volt. Okay. I'm guessing the software is screwing with you. I don't know. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Yeah, I'm kind of lost. Maybe there's some more clarification coming up. Oh, that's an idea. Bedliner spray. A bedliner spray will help, but it will not stop your MDF from becoming a sponge. Go ask Soundman about that. He'll tell you. Doug Bernard. It's quite funny. And I like the fact of how honest he was. He spent months talking smack about people that were saying it's going to get wet and it's going to swell up. He talked smack for months in every video talking about, oh, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. And he was really pouring it on. And lo and behold, it got wet. It swelled up. It wrecked his shit. But Doug, being the guy he is, on video, said y'all were right and I was wrong. That takes a big man to do that, especially whenever you've been spent the last 6 months talking shit about people. I like Doug. Doug is good people. And I appreciate his honesty and his openness. He's an extremely good designer and builder and fabricator. And he's not too proud to say he messed up. That quality package is hard to find in a person. Doug's good people. But he learned that about bedliner. It's not a be-all, fix-all. MBE gets trolled in and handles it well. Yep. Last time I commanded him on his gum chewing skills and consistent nose sniffing. He laughed and blocked me. Man, you do what you got to do. Everybody deals with stuff their own way. So, Cornette, yeah, W something about Cornette's comment. Boost, yeah, a noisy car. Fair enough. Yeah, I agree with that. Clarify that. It's a noisy. That's really the only spot where it excels. Like I said, if you got it, use it, but don't go buy the stuff to get it because it's not going to be. You're not going to be impressed with the gain. It's just really no difference. And back. Stu, I believe they were discussing whether your wife was stuck to the headliner or something. I'm not really sure. I know it was trash. They said you had to take out the trash, that you were in trouble because you didn't take the trash out. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Digging Low said, for what these radios cost, these manufacturers need to at least have 8 pre-outs and optical for the price they be charging us. I agree 100%, man. That's why I don't run a head unit at all. Um, right now, for the last 4 or 5 years, so longer than that, I've been exclusively a tablet person. I run a tablet for my head unit, and I Bluetooth it to my DSP, and it works fine. So I don't use a head unit at all. Uh, yeah, well, there is no noise with optical. There's no noise at all. It's a unless unless you're picking up noise on the optical converter in the radio or the optical converter in the DSP, or wherever you're connecting your optical to. You're picking up noise there. There is no noise. The optical's not going to get any noise at all. It's basically a direct link. So you're converting with optical. You're converting you're converting a musical sine wave into digital data, and then that digital data is being blasted through this optical tube, this glass fiber, right, as a light pulse. And that one light pulse means one thing, and then a longer light pulse means something else. Well, when it starts out from the head unit, it gets turned into digital data, transmitted via optical, and gets to the other end, and there's a device in there that turns it back from digital back into audio signal. So you're taking what would normally run down the wire, starting out over here as an audio signal, over here as an audio signal, and you're turning it into digital, then turning it into optical data, then turning it back into so there's actually multiple conversions happening. This is why there's no real increase in sound quality, because there's nothing happening to change the sound. It's the same sound. Um, so hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Where optical shines is really stupidly noisy environments and extremely long distances. That's where it's good. You can transmit optical. You could run an optical fiber for probably a half a mile and still receive that signal on the other end. As long as that pulse makes it bright enough for that sensor to detect it, it's going to create that signal and turn it back into an audio track. It all depends on the quality of the optical fiber to that point, but you get the idea. Corey's in the house, apparently. Where did he pop in here? Let's see. What extra pre-outs would they have, though? Okay. Okay. What extra pre-outs do they have? Why not a surround sound pre-outs? I mean, an actual legitimate surround sound pre-outs. Maybe a processor in the radio that converts non-surround to a good facsimile of fake surround, and then have surround sound pre-outs. The same thing in the radio could actually use surround sound elements and send them to those same pre-outs. You could have a full 6 channels: front, left, and rear, front, right, left, and rear, or front, right, and left, rear, left, and right, a center channel, and a subwoofer channel. All as outputs, because some people want to run a center channel. I mean, you can do that with a DSP, and you can make a fake center channel, but why not have a center channel output and then a subwoofer output, you know, and then have software that can make that useful, even if the music doesn't already have that information in it. That's the kind of stuff I think really cool. And if you have a high res player, then maybe. Yeah, there's not any benefit, period, man. I mean, it's the same. Unless you're worried about dirt, it's the same signal. It's literally the same exact signal. As long as there's no noise jumping on the wire, same exact signal. No difference. Um, Let's see. Hey, I bought a Golf 6. I have a problem with these speakers. Could you? No, I have no idea what your problem is. I'm sorry, but I do not know. Um, that's a that requires me being there with tools to test things and dig in. I cannot even fathom what your problem might be. I'm sorry. I wish I could. Um, a good shop, find a good shop with a good reputation and take it there. If it's brand new, I don't know, then take it back to the dealership and let them go through it. Um, yeah, there's an infinite amount of possibilities, so I can't be sorry, man. Yeah, W is answering the right. W asked the right question here. Uh, okay, let's see. The speakers are hoarse even at low volume, so they break up. Sometimes they play normally, sometimes not at all. That's probably wiring issue. Wires tend to do things like that. Uh, okay, they're asking the right questions. Um, Stu said I'd look at the speakers first. If they're fine, move on to amplifier, then radio. Yes. Good answer. That says factory 2DN radio. Not sure if that is factory though. Could be the radio. Could the radio be bad? How could I test it so I don't waste money? Yes. If you're wanting to tear into this yourself, there's basic sets of rules you can follow. One thing you can do is take the speaker wire off the speaker. Before you do that, see if you wiggle that wire, if it makes the speaker cut in and out. If it doesn't, take the speaker wire off the speaker, hook it to another speaker of some sort, play through it, and see if it has the same problem. If you're still getting that problem through the different speakers, then you can eliminate the speakers and you can go to the amplifier. And if it's a factory system, you're going to have possibly an amplifier on board, maybe a factory head unit that connects to the amplifier, or you may have an aftermarket head unit that connects to an aftermarket amplifier, or you could have an aftermarket head unit that connects to the factory amplifier. There's so many possibilities, man. But check your speaker wires first, and your speakers, because that's the most likely place where things went wrong. Either you got a speaker that's partially blown, damaged, or the wiring is loose on there, has came loose and is connecting and disconnecting and reconnecting randomly. Those are the things that you're looking for, most likely. W said even wiring could be an issue. Exactly. And you're going to want to pull up a YouTube video or go to Crutchfield and get instructions on how to disassemble your door or wherever those speakers are. And I think, did you say it was a Volkswagen? Or am I adding two things together? Anyway, they're a pain in the butt. If it's a German car, it's going to be a real pain in the ass to take the door apart. Let's see here. Start with speaker wires. Yes. Start with speaker wires and speakers. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. Analog to digital. A DAC. And then there's a digital to analog. So it does it on both ends. It's turning an analog signal into a digital signal, and it's turning a digital signal back into an analog signal. So there's two conversions happening. Whereas with a line out with just RCAs, there's no conversions happening. So as long as you're not picking up any noise, they're actually going through less processing than the optical. It could be a fuse or something. Not likely. Fuse is off. Blown fuse is off, period. So no, I wouldn't think so. I would touch base with your local audio shop, see if they offer a troubleshooting service for a reasonable fee. We do half-hour minimum. My shop can generally find the issue in 30 to 60 minutes. That's, if you don't know what you're doing, that is absolutely the best advice you can have right there. But be warned, um, a lot of shops will absolutely try to upsell you on all sorts of stuff. So, and not that it's not necessarily good. I mean, they may say, well, your stereo sucks, you need a better stereo. Your speaker sucks, you need better speakers. Uh, okay, that's fine, but is that what's causing the problem? Or is it just a wiring issue that I need to get my speakers up to their normal performance level? Ask questions, pointed questions like that. Um, are my speakers bad? Do they need to be replaced to perform normally? That kind of question. You got to ask questions because a good salesman is going to be trying to sell you on. So he'll find the problem, but he's also going to try not just to fix your problem, but also to upgrade your system. And that may be a good thing. Your system may be crappy. It may need upgrades. You may want those, but just be aware that you may not need them to get that normal level that you're looking for. Check speakers visually, damage, etc. If not, check wires behind them. Yeah, W. He would say it would sound good. It sound good once, and then it would sound bad later. My thinking on that is it could be a coil could be a cone that's overextending, that's getting caught on the magnet or in the gap, meaning it's been so hot that it's getting caught up in the gap and not moving, and then it's breaking loose and moving. It's probably a damaged speaker or a loose wire behind it. That's my two guesses. A whole bunch of black magic, absolutely. Is Cobb king of bass? I don't know. Is that what that is? I'm not sure. If you're not confident with checking, it'd be best to get someone who knows. Yes, absolutely, 100%. Let's see here. Good info. Exactly. Problem is, okay, all right. I'm from a country where car audio isn't very popular. I know how to check things on speakers, just not on cars because it's new to me. Gotcha. Very, very similar. If you've worked with home audio or any other kind of audio, then it's going to translate well. The tricky bit's going to be taking the door apart or wherever the speaker is located, is getting access to it. After that, you should be pretty good on figuring it out. When you start moving wires around and pushing on the speaker and stuff, you're going to probably find your problem most likely there. Because if it was something that was constant, it would stay that way. It could very well be something else. But if it's something that's intermittent that happens and then goes away, odds are it's either the wire going to the speaker or the speaker itself. That's just how that works. That's just what it would be. Let's see here. W saying yes, yes, yes. He's asking about the country. He's curious. Czech Republic. Okay. Yeah, that'd be fun. Let's see here. The main question is if there's any fuse to the speakers. No, there won't be any fuse to the speakers, and if it was blown, there would be no sound. It would never come back. It would just be gone if there was a fuse. It wouldn't be intermittently happening. Let's see here. Vass. Check all the grounds. W said, check the grounds. Okay. Now, we're back on this one. W said, or Stu says, extra pre-outs such as surround, though, will require more processing power and more software, which manufacturers have to pay for at minimum. Well, yeah, but I mean, come on, man. I mean, you ask what other pre-outs would there be? I'm just saying there is other potential pre-outs, man. We got stuff. We want more buttons and more lights. Yes, they'd have to pay. Well, only once. In fact, I don't even think they'd have to pay for it. I'm sure there's already tech out there that's been around for 50 years that can do all the stuff I said. They would just need to build it into it. They'd have to make a new circuit board, maybe some new chassis, and Bob's your uncle. uh, let's see. Check the grounds. Check the grounds. The question would be: is it doing it when it goes weird? Is it doing it on both sides at the same time, or is it only one side or the other side making a weird sound and then going away? That's the next question. Is it symmetrical? Is it happening on both sides at the same time? Uh, yeah, I'll buy all that. That's solid, man. High res player, cool. Yeah. Yeah, if you're going full SQ and you got the option, just do it. You eliminate noise. It ain't gonna hurt anything. Um, you'll have people tell you get more dynamic range, or you get no, you don't, because it's still the same signal. It doesn't change. If it changed, that would be distortion. Um, so yeah, it's just another way of moving a signal, but it doesn't pick up noise, and so that's a plus, especially in SQ, because like three of the brackets, your three brackets are basically just noise floor. Three of the different scoring points are noise related. There's the startup noise thump when you turn the system on. You have noise on the bottom noise floor, which they test that by turning the volume all the way down, or by turning it up real loud and listening to the quiet parts between sound. They judge you on your noise floor in like three different zones. So having that's good. And there's nothing cooler than having it be just dead freaking quiet, like no noise at all, and then having that soft fiddle and violin or horn come in and fade into nothing and that crispness of everything. You don't realize how often you're hearing background noise and hiss until there isn't any. It's really cool. So yeah, Bob's your uncle, and you're probably going to be using some pretty badass equipment too. So good times. A Dubby, one might be corroded. Mm-hmm. Fair. Yeah, that's a good question. Where can I find the amp though? That's where the specific knowledge of a specific vehicle comes in, because even if you know, even if you've been in three different vehicles of the same car, they may have five different stereo systems in all those three. The variables are crazy, and they move the amplifiers around. They move stuff around. Sometimes the amplifier will be built into the head unit. Sometimes it'll be mounted somewhere up under the kick panel or on the back fender somewhere. It's very vehicle specific. Uh, that's a good piece of advice. A voltmeter is your best friend in car audio. A voltmeter is definitely a go-to tool for car audio, and it's so much so that I literally have mine on my desk right here. It goes so when I'm going to attack something, somebody says, "Hey, I got a problem," and I go to walk out of the room. I grab this guy. I grab this little stupid ass light because it's magnetic and it's insanely bright. And I can stick it and I can also clip it. I love this little light. I grab that, grab my voltmeter, grab my phone, and usually grab my multi tool, because it may not be the best tool, but it is a tool and it gets a lot of stuff done. I can do wires, so I can pop this open and I can cut and strip wires real easily with that. And I've used it a ton for that. I've got this amazing little pair of scissors that actually work in there. They got the screwdrivers, all that stuff. I grabbed that, my multimeter, and my light, and I'm golden. I can handle most of the weird stuff. Hey man, no problem. Appreciate you for stopping by. Glad we could help. Uh, if it's an EK Civic, Debbie said. Let's see. I love my truck. I love my truck too much to compete in SPL. SPL would be a lot easier. In some ways, it is. It's less complicated in one way, but it's more complicated in another way. It's like you swing from one side to the other, and you think looking on the other side. If you're on the SPL competitor, you think, well, SQ would be easy. And you get over there and you realize it's not, and it's the vice versa. Being in the middle is easy, but when you swing far left or far right, that changes. You start digging into the weeds and you realize there's a whole lot you didn't realize from the other side. You know, the SPL guys are like, oh my God, I thought I just put a quieter subwoofer in here and I was good. Right. And the amount of money that you spend also goes up on either side. You can spend tons and tons of money in SQ. You can also spend tons and tons of money in SPL. The further you swing away from the center in either direction, the more expensive and more complicated it gets. So you might be surprised. It's just a whole different vocabulary and a whole different world. Not necessarily easier. Yeah, W says they got low class levels. Sure, they got street levels. You can go in there and compete with people that are doing 130, 140 dB. Somebody else, you might be surprised. You might actually do pretty good. If you got a pretty good sub, 500 watt class, yeah. Yeah, the only problem with that, W, is a 500 watt class. Those guys are not going to be quiet. if it's a watt rating on a class, they're going to be doing shit like 145, 147, big ass numbers off a 500 watt amp because they built the subwoofer box specifically to do that with that low power and peak at one specific spot. So the only place you'd be okay to compete would be like the street class, which means a whole lot of people will compete in that class. People that just run in that don't really normally do shows, they show up in whatever the hell they got and they just compete. It's based on how many subwoofers you have, and that's about it, you know. So what size subwoofers? It's pretty open. Those classes you typically can be competitive in, even with a fairly small SQ-oriented system. And it's a lot of fun. It isn't about the competition. It isn't about winning. It's about hanging out with a bunch of people that have really weird brains like you do, and making connections and just enjoying the atmosphere. That's what's fun to me. Seeing all the cool builds and stuff. Getting demos in the Tahoe. Yeah, baby. Herb says, I'm running 4-gauge wire. I keep melting the fuse blocks. Yeah, yep. So 1200 watts, melting fuse blocks. Well, melting fuse blocks is a bad connection. That's 99% of the time. The problem is you have a weak connection between the wire and the fuse block. And that connection point gets hot. And that's what melts the fuse block. That can be caused by lots of different things, but I don't recommend running 4-gauge for anything over 1,000 watts. So I would recommend running a 0-gauge, alt gauge wire. And then if you need to convert it to a 4-gauge at your amplifier, do that for a short length. But I would run a bigger wire. And I would probably switch to a different fuse block. Run some sort of A&L fuse block or a mega fuse. They're going to handle that power transfer better. They're going to have a better connection. They're not going to, it's likely to be a weak connection. They're going to be a much more solid connection. I hate the fuse blocks that have, like this guy here. This is actually an A&L fuse block, but it has this, and it's melted because of that problem. It has this thing where you put the wire in the block and then you put a, see that little screw right down below my finger, right down there? That little screw on the side? That's how you hold the wire in. I do not like this style of connection. Give me a good old lug any day. They are consistent. I want to connect to my fuse block with this, a nice, safe, crimped on lug with a bolt and a nut. You can tighten it down. You know you got a solid connection. You're not going to run into problems with this. I do not like the ones where you shove the wire in and you got a set screw. Those things are just asking for trouble. They're the most horrible design ever. I wish amplifiers didn't even have those. I wish amplifiers had bolts where you put the lug on and then bolt it down. I'd love to see them go away. I use ferrules on my amps for that reason. I use a ferrule. When I shove that wire in, I put a ferrule on there to help it get the best connection it can, because that is a horrible way to connect a wire. Anyway, bigger wire, tighter connections, different fuse block, sort you out, bro. Cornet said, W, I want to win if going SPL. 500 watts can still flex the hell out of a vehicle if done right. You better believe it can. And some of those people are the most ingenious designers you'll see, are the ones that are running 1,000 watts, 500 watts, 1,000 watt classes. You'll see some stupid ass numbers from those vehicles. And it's all about building the right box for the right vehicle and setting everything up perfectly. And they have it dialed in. So they're really fun to watch. But won't damage. Yeah. Come in with turned down 2K amp. Yep. Tuned to 499 watts. You guys are a hoot. And then Mello is asking about the fuse. Yeah, the fuse isn't the problem. It's the block. Yes. 100%. Need a quality fuse block with tight connections. Yep. You're saying exactly what I told you. Absolutely. Stu. So back to the deadener test idea. What will be the tested parameter? Ringing on the panel, amount of audio reduction on one side of the panel, frequency response difference. It's a good question. I'm not really sure, man. I'm still working the details out in my head on that. Doing an SPL test would be very difficult because I'd have to do a miniaturized version of an SPL test. I have a meter for that. I would just need to create a environment. I was actually thinking about something like metal gas cans or something like that. But the one parameter is what does it sound like? How does it ring? Does it thump, or does it go clang clang, or does it go tick tick? You know, that's audible and easy to illustrate on video. The other option, or a secondary parameter, could be if I have something large enough with a large enough opening where I could put my meter inside, I could play the same track with deadener versus no deadener, do a sweep and see if the frequency changes, or do an SPL sweep and see what the frequency changes and what the frequency is and how much pressure it made. So there's possibilities. I've just got to work the details out. I'm just thinking about it. But those are great questions. And W's 9K passenger. Oh man. Could be singing some Deftones, Red Pill says. There really isn't a point. You mean you can always turn your sub down, and for SQ, the judge is looking for a balanced sound. So one of the things that they're looking for is that you don't hear speakers, you hear a band. And the speakers are all quietly doing their jobs without your ear going, hey, that's the subwoofer, or hey, that's the mid that's playing that sound. You shouldn't get any of those cues in your ear. It should sound like the music's in front of you and you can pick out the instruments, and the subwoofer should come in at just the right moment to pull up that bass where it needs to be without sounding like a subwoofer just came on, right? So if you don't hear the subwoofer anymore, you're in the right zone. But the bass sounds full and rich. So it's all about staging and mixture, a good mix. It basically should sound like you don't have a sub, you just have really good sound. That's so. But does that mean that you can't crank that sub up when you're not doing an SQ run and still get loud as shit? No, you absolutely can. The other thing that breaks that makes it difficult to do an SQL vehicle is the the to get a maximum amount of sound pressure, you need a hard vehicle. You need hard surfaces in the vehicle. You need to eliminate as much squishy stuff as you can and just have as much hard surfaces as you can so that you maintain sound pressure. And an SQ build, it's completely the opposite. You want as much soft stuff as you can get. If you could take the glass and replace it with padding, that would be better, but you can't. So you got to work with what you got, but you want as many soft, squishy surfaces as possible that do not reflect sound. So on an SPL vehicle, you want to contain pressure, you want to reflect sound. And an SQ vehicle, you don't want to reflect any sound at all if possible. So that's where the two worlds start to fight. And then you have to figure out which way you're going to lean, where you're going to have cushiony bits and where you're not. And you're always going to sacrifice one or the other. So, yeah. Stu. Yes, 100%. That's a great analogy, Stu. Yes, sir. SQ is definitely not easy. I love bass, but I'm not an SPL guy. I do love a good SPL demo. Me too. It's my favorite thing. I don't run SPL or SQ. I can just say I don't even run either one of those. I am a demo. I run a demo build. Will it get loud on the meter? Yes. Does it still sound good whenever we got everything dialed back? Yes. But it's not either one of those. It's something entirely different. It's a demo vehicle. I'm there to give you an experience. Yes, we are definitely interesting species, for real. Troy's in the house. What's up, Troy? I'm ready to start back up on the Impala. My closet is just building up with more and more parts. The only thing I have to get is a bigger battery. Thinking about the X-Max 90. Yes, a lot of people have been talking about that, but we need to talk, Troy. I got ideas for you, bro. We just got to talk about that. Things are starting to come to light that I have some good, interesting things to talk about with that regard. And all those parts, we got to get to work on your little amp rack, but I don't want to work when it's like 20 degrees outside. But, you know, hopefully the next couple of months, hopefully we're going to be moving into a different house. And hopefully all that happens and I'll have a nice shop with at least walls and a roof. It may not be insulated, but, you know, so we'll have a place to work and we can really do some cool stuff in there. What fuse block recommendation? There's a whole lot. I mean, okay, first of all, there's going to be an A&L fuse block with everybody's name on it that you can think of. They put their name on there. This is a Scar one. This is a Sky High one. This is a whatever. They're all the same. So they're mostly going to look kind of like this thing. Okay, but not exactly. Um, they'll have this little plastic cover over it right here, and they'll have. But what we're looking for is any of them that have. Let me show you. That's not. I don't want to tell you to go buy this specific thing. I want to show you what to look for. You can pick over whichever one you want. So give me just a second here. What's that? I got an email. Oh, okay. Well, let's. You know what? We can go there. We'll do that because that's one place we'll go. We'll do that, but then we'll also go. I'm planning an attack. Bear with me. I need some. Okay, so let's go to the other window. All right. So, as some examples, these are some Blue Sea symptoms. These are systems. These are high end ones. You're 100% guaranteed to love this stuff, but it's pricey. So, like this block here uses the fiberglass Blue Sea system fuse with a nice thick material right here. Probably not necessary for your setup, but that is a very nice fuse and a very nice fuse holder that is similar. And it also gives you the lugs. You can attach your lugs to this. So you're getting a good solid connection. And for 30 bucks, for peace of mind, not melting stuff, that's great. Now, me personally, if I'm picking from this batch, I really like this style because it uses two different bolts. You have a bolt for your wire and a bolt for the fuse. I like that because I can take the fuse on and off without having to disconnect the wire, and I can leave that get good tight connection. Once I get that connection good and solid, I ain't got to mess with it. And if I want to depower the circuit, I just take these bolts loose and remove the fuse. To me, it's just nicer. I like this style. But again, that's pricey. So here's another example of one that's very similar, and I've used these. I have two of these in my Tahoe right now. Same style, uses a bolt on the outside and a bolt on the outside for the wire, and then a bolt on the inside for the fuse. And then the cover goes on, and you use these little caps to hold it on. You got two screws to screw it down on either end, and you end up with a solid fuse. I like these fuses. They're 23. Excellent, excellent deal for significantly less money, and you're still getting a really good product. And then you got other stuff like when you go to get into the megas. This is an excellent little kit here too. But for 250 amps, I don't remember what our amp rating was, but you can get different size fuses. So you can run one of these style and it works fine. This style here, you'll see a whole bunch of different names on these. Just pick a name and put it on here instead of Bojack. They work fine. But what I don't like about them, a couple of things. This cover that goes on them has a tendency to not stay on there. You see, it's got these little tabs right here, and that's all that holds it on. So they tend to fall off. You got to zip tie them on. Other than that, they're not terrible. Just I would recommend going around that. I would recommend going this direction before you went that direction. You'll like this product a lot better. But that's an option. And then there's some other stuff. And I'm gonna go over here and this page is dead until I click on it because it was an old link that's saved. If you really want to get fancy, we got some stuff over here in Slaps. Actually has for 20 bucks. You can pick up these guys. Now this isn't exactly what you need, but it has a 2 in, 3 out set up with two fuses in there. So you can run two separate power leads into this, and they connect together right here though. So these three are all going to be on the same block, and then you have two potential outputs. It's an oddball fuse, not necessarily great for what you're doing, but know that it does exist. And the Slaps has a really good price on this kit. if you guys hadn't caught this, throw this out there. Let me see if I can get the whole thing to open. So this kit comes with one of these style of fuses, um, and it comes with the lugs you need to do all the work, zip ties, all that stuff. Um, and let me see. I'm going to read this out. So this is really good. It's a really good deal. You get 17 feet of OFC alt gauge cable red, 2 feet of ground, 10 feet of speaker wire or speaker cable, yeah, and then 20 feet of remote, 20 feet RCAs, an A&L fuse and holder, 2 pieces of rings and terminals, and for $129, 17 feet. Just if we just look at this, just by itself, 17 feet of OFC copper alt gauge. What's that? 5 be 50, and then 7 would be like 35. So $85 worth of $85 worth of wire right there. So yeah, that is not a bad deal. Hopefully I answered your question. I did my best. Put you guys back on the screen and figure out where I left off at. Let's see here. Okay. That was that question. Hydraulic press. Yeah, hydraulic press is good. I just don't like trying to grow 2 more arms out of my body to do them. Ready for a few nice days so we could start. Yes, sir. I agree. Not ready for it to be dark. Yeah, good luck with that. It's already there. The dual post fuse holder looks like a great option. Yep. Oh, I love it, dude. I love those. That's that one from Bojack or whatever it is. They got different recoils. Got them. There's a whole bunch of different ones, but those things are really cool. I like them. They're clean, neat, solid, and easy to work around. Any concerns with a 300 amp alternator, 310 amp alternator, and under the hood excess powering? Yeah, you don't have enough power. Concerns? A 300 amp alternator, excess power S5. I'm not 100% sure on that. Is that a lithium or AGM? Because they have an underhood lithium one. I don't recommend running any lithium under the hood, but they have one. So that's really the question. If it's the underhood lithium version, then yeah, you'd be fine probably. But if it's an AGM under the hood, no matter what name's on it, you definitely need a lithium battery back by your amp to get her up to snuff. 5K. Okay. Thank you, Stu. So yeah, the support on that, the Titan 8, is similar to the 5K. So yeah, I would say you're probably close. You probably have just enough support. But yeah, that should be fine as long as I don't like running any lithium under the hood though. I know they rate it for that. And the other thing is having that run from under the hood to your vehicle. That's a long run to lose a lot of power. I'd rather have that lithium battery as close to that amplifier as I can get it. That's my take on it. I mean, right there beside it. Shorter than finger slipped. Uh-oh. Okay, there's a difference when I step into my dad's car who went SQ and mine who just went with large SPL woofers. Yeah, it's about like a whole laundry list of things that are different. They're, like I said, the further you get away from the middle, one side or the other, you get more and more and more and more and more and more stuff happens. So when you swing all the way to SQ and you swing hard into that field, you're talking about 100 different things that are different. Um, so yeah, and it will absolutely give you chills. Brenda said, thanks for the fusing. I just use those plastic ones that aren't that great with the cover clips. Yep, don't like them. Yep, no problem, brother. Uh, I'm not a fan of the little basic little. No, I don't like them. I've seen them too many times where they've caused problems. Uh, Stu's agreeing with me on the lithium, and thanks for telling me what that was because I really didn't catch that. And W said, "Peace, Cornut." Cornut's out of here. He has left the building. Excess power is way too finicky with their voltage. Let's read into this. You can't mix their own with their own that. Their own this and their own that. Bro, that's not excess power. I'm on it. I don't bash on any brands because it's kind of pointless. Obviously, a Chevy Volt can't pull a horse trailer as good as a Ford F350, but that doesn't mean that Ford is better than Chevy. It just means you're doing two different jobs and two different things. One of them happens to have this brand, one happens to have this brand. It's apples to oranges in a sense. Not even that, it's apples to chicken legs. But what they're talking about is the voltage. The resting voltage of most AGM is one voltage, and it varies. That's why I'm not. It's like, say it's 12.7 volts, and the resting voltage of lithium is typically like 13.1, 13.2. So what happens if you have those both on the same circuit is the lithium is continuously trying to charge the AGM battery, and it never can because the AGM battery won't rest that high. So it continuously tries to charge it and continuously tries to charge it. Well, lithium's fall off curve, it doesn't have one. So AGM batteries, they lose voltage and power on a slope, right? The voltage drops, voltage drops, voltage drops. Lithium's going to hold the same power right up to the end, and it's just going to nosedive. So what that means is when you put those two together on the same circuit and you're not driving it on a regular basis, is that lithium is going to continuously pull the voltage up on that AGM and keep trying to pull it up until it literally runs out of juice. And then it's going to fall. And right at that point, it's going to fall down until it matches the voltage with the AGM. And then they're going to rest together. But the lithium is going to be like 20% of its energy left. It's going to be like 80% depleted at that point because it doesn't fall steady like the AGM battery does, which is why it's great for car audio. Because it holds high voltage all the way through its power storage. Okay. Putting those two together and you're not driving it on a daily basis and you run into problems where the lithium is just going to slowly drain. If you're driving it every day, it's not going to matter because you're going to drain off maybe 10% of that lithium overnight, if that much, and then put it right back in when you drive the next day. It's not a big deal. That's what they're talking about. And it's not that one company does it better than another company. It's that excess power is telling you that there's a problem where other companies may not tell you that. Okay. It's not the equipment, it's the instructions. They're giving you a better information, but they're not explaining why or that it's a variable, that it could be not as much of a deal. They're just assuming that everybody's ignorant of those facts, and they're giving you enough information to make at least a remotely educated decision. And that's a good thing. So different batteries are going to float in different areas too. So like one AGM battery might rest at 12.5, one might rest at 12.8 or 12.9. Same thing, you may have a lithium battery that rests at like 13, and something that's on a lithium battery resting at 13 and a 12 volt resting at 12.9, it's going to be a lot smaller of a difference. All of these things are variables, but that's the reason that you don't put them together in a vehicle that you're not going to daily drive, is because of the reason I explained. Let's go on. Troy. Yeah, Titanate. Troy. I uploaded that song, Troy, the Wizard song. Yeah, it's called Troy. It'll be live. There's a song called Troy. Let's see here. Hang on a second. Here we go. We're going to pull this up. This is the track. I'll play. Yeah. Play this.
Old man Troy with the long gray beard. Pulls up slow, everybody disappear. 08 Chevy sitting low in the back. 212's about to launch an attack. Slap AK, got the cabin on fire. Mini one since it keep the mids wide high. B2 DSP tuned tight like a spell. Gandalf a bass. You shall not fail. To record 6 5s and each door scream. Tweeters from DSA Nate make the high nose beam. Trunk wild built like a concrete beast. One demo hit and the noise don't cease. Gandalf riding the Impala, dropping thunder when he holler. Troy don't flex, he turns a knob unless it's swallow. From the lows to the highs, every lane feel the quake. That old man magic make the whole block shake. Gandalf in the Impala, Trump.
Yeah, we're broken, man. Us old guys are a trip, huh? That's a little piece of the Troy song. I don't know if you guys could hear it or not. Probably could. Let's see here. W says, I run a lead acid I found in the local river. Does well. Yeah. How you guys know you can charge a battery backwards? Yeah, pretty creepy shit. Hang on a second. So here's the thing. If you got a lead acid battery that's just hammer dead, um, sometimes you can even get ones to recover the cells, but you got to drain it down to where it's absolutely 0 volts, literally 0 volts. Um, and just put a light on it or something and let it drain down to where it's dead, right? Then you're going to need to put like a power converter because a charger ain't going to work. You're going to put like a power inverter that will take AC power, turn it to DC, something like that, and switch the leads. Put the positive lead on the negative side of the battery and put the negative on the positive side. As long as the battery's dead when you start, you can charge it with the flip voltage. And it will actually come up to voltage and it will actually work as a battery. And by doing that, sometimes you can bring back a dead cell. And if you get it back, it's worth working. You don't really want to run it that way because of a lot of reasons, but I'll get to those. But you can drain the battery back down dead again, hammer dead again, flip it back, and then recharge it the right way. And sometimes you can pull back a dead cell like that. I say that, again, that's something we did when I was a teenager. A lot. We did shit like that a lot. So I've actually done that. It only works with submerged lead acid batteries. Don't think I'd recommend trying it on an AGM. You might could. I don't know, but it definitely is not something you could do on lithium. But the old school lead acid batteries, you can actually reverse charge them. Now, the problems is one, it doesn't pull current as well. So if it's reversed and it's reversed charged up state, when you try to pull current off of it, it's not going to give you as much current. So it's not going to start a vehicle as well. The other thing is the poles are different sizes. So the positive and the negative pole are not the same size, so your cables aren't going to switch. And the third thing is, if you've got a battery sitting around that's charged backwards, someone eventually is going to hook that thing up wrong and cause all sorts of problems. Those are 3 things that are wrong with it. But does it work? Yes. And sometimes you can save a battery by doing that. Let's see here. Dropping some crazy stuff. Sea salt and lead acid. I've heard all kinds of rumors on that stuff, Steve, but I'm not. Yeah, I can't speak on it. Tubby said yes. Ape chemistry and tasty fishy. Yeah, definitely. If Dubby says that it smells fishy, tastes fishy, and it's probably a kangaroo. Almost definitely a kangaroo. VR30 Boost Style. Boost Life. Boost Life. Okay. Gotcha. I'm using the same excess power S5 4800, but I have a lithium bank in the trunk as well. Salt 4 and single uh, sub, 12-inch sub, and that excess power by itself isn't enough. Okay, so he's yeah, I see what you're saying. He's saying it's not enough. Yeah, I agree. Um, I'm not a huge fan of the Titan 8, guys. I'm gonna tell you. Look, this is just straight talk. I don't talk shit about companies, but from what I've seen of the Titan 8, is it's very comparable to Big Jeff lithium battery. It's a 3,000 watt battery. If you want to use wattage numbers, right? In my opinion, in my humble old basehead guy opinion, it's on the same level as a 3,000 watt battery. Just from what I've seen, I know that's not what it claims. I know that's not the numbers on the box, all that stuff. That's what I've seen. Um, so if I had to point you in a direction, it would either go like two of those Big Jeff batteries would destroy the Titan 8, in my opinion, as far as power output, destroy it. But it would be more expensive than a single trunk under lithium 5K, which I think would also mop the floor with the Titan 8. That 5K with a decent alternator will support 8,000, 10,000 watts all day long. Um, it just will. I mean, it's a stout ass battery. But yeah, it is what it is. Fried lead acid is the bomb. Bomb diggity. Underhood lithium is a bomb too, from what I hear. Yeah, I'm not a fan of putting lithium under the hood of a car. Um, everyone, everyone I play it to love it. That's jamming. Follow up. Same 310 amp alternator, AGM under the hood, and DD audio. Okay. AGM under the hood. You're close. I would want a little bit more reserve, but number wise, you're probably you're probably fine, but you're on the edge. I would probably want a little bit more reserve, but you're probably okay. You're close. And Stu says you're going to need more power. Just AGM under the hood. I agree with that 100%. Yeah. But if you're actually getting that much amperage out of your alternator, that's at like 5,000 RPM. That's not, or 2,000 RPM. Excuse me. That's not at idle. Um, you're going to be better off with a little lithium bank, like the 5K, the trunk donor lithium 5K, or even the Big Jeff battery, right by your amp. Is going to really stiffen that system up a lot. And I'd recommend it. One of those two. Uh, Mixing chemistry is no isolator. You can, as long as you daily drive it. I'm very specific about that. If you're not driving the thing on a daily basis, then you either want to put an isolator in or you want to charge it while you're not driving it. And isolator is good as long as it's done right and it's a good quality isolator, not one of those little chrome plated pieces of junk that you see on Amazon. You don't want those. Um, they won't handle the current that they're rated for. Probably about half, maybe. Anyway, pick up a nice 500 amp uh, real isolator and put that on, yes, that works fine. But if you're daily driving it, you're not going to really have any issues. Your voltage is going to stay high enough and you're going to be driving it regularly enough that it's not going to be a problem. What he just said. Stu, you're on top of your shit, brother. I love you. Roll back. Oh my God, the plywood battery. No, we're not looking at the plywood battery anymore. I'm gonna put it up there. That plywood battery, dude. I bet it's a great battery. I bet it's a really, really good battery. Like they're using a Haltech balancer in it. That tells me a lot. As long as the bars are up to par, I mean, I'm sure it's a solid, solid battery. But why can't you put a better casing on it? I mean, it's what people see. It's the first thing you see. Why do that? I just don't get it. I mean, it looks like something that I built in my carport. Maybe a little better than what I would build, but still. I mean, come on, dude. That just bugged the crap out of me. I'm sure it's a great battery. I'm sure it's a solid performer. Probably even a good buy. But that case, why plywood? Come on. If you don't drive often, then I would go. If you have a variable schedule, like you're not, you said 50 miles a week. It's not about how many miles. It's about how often you drive. If you drive it every day, you'll be fine. Every day. That's the key. It's about frequency, not about volume. You'll be fine. That's like an average of 10 miles a day, which is typical of someone commuting back and forth to work. I can start trying to do math for you, but the point is, it'd be fine. And yes, Stu's right. You could do that maybe on the weekend. Throw the charger on it, let it sit on the weekend. Two runs of zero gauge from the front. All right. I don't know where that references to, but solid. One other thing I think people don't consider in a build is how much current the car itself uses. Oh, I absolutely do. A Civic and a Yukon Denali are going to have vastly different current needs. Sure. You can assume that the car is going to pull about 70% of whatever the alternator is charging at. That's a pretty round number that typically works pretty good. So if you're charging at 100 amps, you're going to have 30 extra amps to work with, which isn't much. That's why a high output alternator is a big damn deal, because your vehicle's pulling most of that power just to run. And W's lifted off like, yeah, but we're talking about just the vehicle running itself. Just to run the engine takes current. But yeah, all that stuff takes extra current for sure. I don't know how to pronounce that. We'll just call him Goat. The Heffin Goat. I'm guessing that's what he's referring to. I have two UV1, two type Sundown U's, I guess. Version 115s, dual 4 wired to 1 ohm. Okay. I don't know what that BB3 BUT is. I want to add a third woofer and the Chum series me down to 1 amp. How would I make it? Okay. I think you're going to do a 3 woofer setup and you're wanting the ohm load to stay low. That's not going to happen, but let me reread this and make sure I'm not missing something. I want to add a third woofer, the XV3D2. Oh, you're going to put a totally different type of woofer. I don't recommend that. Wired to the 2U series being its own amp, okay, and the XV3 on a separate amp. Okay, the trick to that is you have to have them both in phase. So if you're playing two subs on one amp and one enclosure, and then another sub on another enclosure on a different amp, okay, assuming that, you're going to have to phase match them. So if one of your amps has the ability to adjust the phase with a knob, not a switch, but a knob, you might be able to do that. It's a whole lot of trouble to do what you're talking about doing. And pretty much everybody that you're going to talk to is going to tell you, don't do that. And that's good advice. But if you're really wanting to do it, and then don't do that, it's not what I'm going to say. What I'm going to say is you have to phase match the subwoofers. And you're probably also, if you got, did you say they were different? You got 15s and a 15s. I don't know what the other one is. But well, if we assume they were all three the same sub, if they're all the same exact subwoofer, they're going to phase, and the amps are the same. Like if you took one amp, one sub, the same amp over here, same sub over here, they're totally separate. Those two are pretty much going to stay in phase, right? They're going to pretty much work together because they're all the parameters are the same. The amps aren't identical inside. There's a little nuance differences that might make it off a little bit, but they'll pretty much work together. You take a different amplifier completely, a totally different type of amplifier, and a totally different type of sub, not just two, but now there's one. There's a whole lot of chances that they're going to be out of phase with each other, and they definitely would cancel each other out. That said, if one of those amplifiers has the ability to make subtle changes in your phase, then you can probably make it mostly work. That's what it's going to take, though. If you don't have that possibility, then you may have to use like a DSP or something. It'll allow you to do that. I don't know. With delay or something. It's going to be a real pain in the ass. But as an experiment, yes, that's how you can do it. And Stu said they'll be fine. And he's probably right, but also maybe not. It depends on the circuitry of the amplifier. If one amplifier has more delay in a certain area than the other does, then you cause your phase to do this. Instead of doing this, it'll be doing this. And that's going to cancel. So you may get lucky and you may not, but you're probably not going to be perfectly aligned. You may be doing something where you have kind of a close-ish waves, and then you're going to get all sorts of weird stuff. It's a tricky thing to do. Trying to play the same exact frequency with two completely different subs on different amps, it can get sketch. W's. If you're not playing the same frequencies, that's a different story. Civic runs on a CR2. I don't know what that is, but okay. I'm sure it's funny. I have no idea what the hell that is. The goat says, no, I want two U series on a Big Boss 3 and an XV3 on another Big Boss 3. Well, that helps a lot. That helps a lot, being on two different the same amp on both sides. You have a better chance of being successful. Safely, yes. There's nothing destructive about that as long as they're not in the same box. They need to be in their own chambers. I wouldn't want to put two different subs in the same box. That can run into problems. They can cross load and unload each other and stuff. Same different box, or at least different a divided box. Yes. Oh shit. All in the same enclosure, separate ports and cabins. Okay, so separate chambers. Yeah, you can get away with that. As long as you're separating on the backside, we're juicy. That's a really good question. I'm not asking the questions, Stu. I'm just answering. That's an obvious question, but he's probably got one, so he's going to put it in there. You know, why spend the money on another U when you've already got this sub? Can I get away with that? Yes. Oh, watch battery. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for clearing that up. Definitely out of the question. I love the U series. Um, I just want some low. I just want some low end from the sundown. Going to use DSP to get the XV3 to play lower frequencies. Oh, so you're going to do a split sub setup. Yeah, yeah, that could work. It's going to be smashy. Everybody that does this, there's a whole lot of really badass builds in the past that have done this. Um, it's not simple. You're going to be doing a lot of tweaking and a lot of discovery, figuring things out, little nuances that are going to screw with you, but that's part of the fun. That's what we do this shit for, is for all of that problem solving and, you know, tweaking and tuning. But it's not going to blow anything up as long as you're in separate chambers. You know, you'll be juicy. Just figuring out how to get the crossover point is going to be the real messy area where one goes from one to the other with a handoff. That's where things are going to get sloppy. You may end up with a peak in that crossover. You may end up with a trough, but you're gonna have to experiment with that. But yeah, it's doable. Most of your car audio guys are going to tell you not to do that. They're going to just run from that because it's. But I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say that it's not ideal, but um, I get the experimentation and, you know, breaking ground and doing weird things. I love it. Man, I really think. What does he say? He moved up. Man, I really think you're on a track. It's going to end up with you spending a lot of money and effort to get what you want. You know, but it's the experimentation and the trying things, and I dig that. I dig that stuff. That's fun for me. I get it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's my mentality. Exactly. I do accept your challenge. Uh, I suggest looking at replacing the U's with XV3s and seeing if that doesn't get. Of course it will, but that's beside the point. Man, you guys ever? There's this one cat on YouTube that takes random engines and puts it in random cars. He's put like lawnmower engines in cars and shit, and tries to get the most power, the most speed, the most fuel economy he can. You know, you don't do it because it makes sense. You do it because it's fun. It's weird. It's different. I get that. The point isn't to have the most awesome thing. The point is to see how far you can take the crappy thing and see what you can do with this. How can I love that kind of stuff. I dig it. And I hate when that happens. Uh, the walk back wasn't so great. Spicy, spicy. W, you drag your butt on the carpet again. Robot Cantina, yes, that's it. Absolutely, yeah. I love watching that guy and all the crazy, weird, stupid ass shit he does. I mean, if you can dream it up, he's probably already done it. Love watching his videos. Why does he do it? Because. Uh, uh, and I mean, put that up there. If you guys want to see some really cool stuff, check out Robot Cantina on YouTube, and you'll see all this crazy shit I'm talking about. All of you guys All of you guys will probably dig his channel. No shit. Uh, and I know. And he says he goes into stall mode. I absolutely agree with that. So my first response is, will this kill somebody or burn something up or cause damage? If it doesn't cause damage or hurt anyone, and then I say, well, then it's a matter of, well, let's try it. Well, why not? Let's do it. You know, see the guy put like 100 and something 3-inch speakers on a wall in a van. Another one of those crazy ass people out there. And he was able to. He actually metered it, and got a score. I forgot what it was, but it was like 140 or 130 something, or 140 or 140. I don't remember exactly. But he put a whole lot of little 3-inch speakers in a wall and built a wall for them and a fan, and then run it on the DV meter. Why? Because why the hell not? Yeah, I don't think that's quite going to work, but I'm not going to be the one to fly the damn thing, but I'll damn sure shoot the video. And that is a thing. It's called a centrifugal, or not a sequential supercharger. You can supercharge a supercharger. That's sequential supercharging. So the funny thing with what you just said is basically something that you can actually do. Stu. Honda made a jet once, used a single cam 1.6 with VTAC. Don't know that one. Can't speak on that. You got me lost there, bud. 4 SA Sundown 10s and a Ram 1500. Foxbox. 4 Sundown SA 10s. Okay, and a Ram 1500. I don't know offhand what the power rating on the Sundown SA 10s is. I'd say they're probably in that 750 watt range. Just running off a ballpark guess, because I don't know. Let me look them up so I can get some ideas. Okay. I need to know information. These guys. Well, let's go over here. Let's just move. Y'all come over here with me. Hang out. We're moving over here. So it looks like RMS wise. Damn, I nailed it. No, I didn't. 1500. I was half of that. So you said how many? We now went up here. 4 of these in a truck. Son. So depending on what you do with your life, whether or not you want your wife stuck to your headliner like Stu's is, or was it Stu or it was Dubby? I think it was Dubby that has his wife on the headliner. Inside joke. Anyway, I usually, for someone who's daily in a vehicle, I usually recommend staying around the RMS for your output power. In that case, somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000 watts would be what I would be looking at. I'd probably lean towards the 8K. Now, what was the? You don't know. You didn't give me the ohm load. Assuming that you have a 1 ohm load, you're running 4 dual 2s and you've got a 1 ohm load on those, I'd put 8,000 watts on them. In fact, um, I would come over here to Slaps Audio and pick up this guy right here. If you have a 1 ohm load after all of that, and I would put this guy on them right here. Because after rise, you're looking at somewhere between 2 and 3 ohms, probably about 5,000 watts. In that range, which would be perfect for those subs. This guy right here for $349, and use discount code CAE to save more money on top of that. That would be what I would recommend for your setup. That would be my recommendation. Any 8K will work, but you're going to be hard pressed to find one that is as good of a solid of a performer and reliable and consistent as the Slaps 8K, and definitely not going to be able to find it under that price. So that's my answer. Dubby's confusing VTech with Blue Tack. I don't even know. Dubby's a mess, dude. Something with about 5K. Yeah. See, he agreed with me. I would push it a little higher than that, though. I think I would go with the 8K. You can always dial that 8K down a little bit in the gain, and it's going to have more headroom. It's going to run cooler. It's going to be a better overall power source. A 5K, I think you would be ringing it out pretty hard. You'd be pushing it right to the edge. And I think that would be the downfall of the 5K is it'd be running on the ragged edge all the time. And I think it would get hot and stuff like that. So I'd recommend going to the 8K and then just dialing it back a little bit. But that's my recommendation. Stu recommended a 5K, which is fine too. I just don't. I would go higher to prevent the amp running in its absolute balls out, which is where it would be doing. You'd have that sucker game matched up as high as you could or gained up as high as you could, and be not quite getting what you wanted, and it would be just pushing the amp as hard as it would go. That's why I said an 8K would be better. Let's see here. C-Max, LTO, or Skib. If I got to pick between the three, if you're just dropping, if money is not an issue between those three, I would definitely pick LTO or Skib, one of those two. And I'd be more inclined to run LTO. If money is not the issue, or size, or any of that stuff. C-Max isn't even in the list. I don't even consider that. Basically, the question is LTO or Skib. That's the question. I'm not a fan of C-Max at all. Just for safety concerns and reliability and all that stuff. That stuff bothers me about C-Max. Looked up to 12. There you go. Let's see. 750 to 850 each. That's what Dubby's saying. Hey, I was right after all. I wasn't sure, man. But yeah, the 1500 is what they're rated at. So that's a pretty stout little subwoofer. What are they priced at? I didn't even notice. $399. I'm guessing you already have them, because Slaps has. Let's go back over here. If you don't already own the things, you come over to the Oblivion 10, and it would be for 4 of them, you need the dual 2. So yeah, if you're looking at the Slaps Oblivion dual 2 10s, they have a 3-inch voice coil. They handle 1500 watts RMS. They will do the same job, and they're $189 a piece. So about half the price. Just saying. That's a whole lot of subwoofer for $189 a piece. It is what it is. Um, let's look at some other specs. See what else we got in here. Let's dig in a little deeper since we're here. We'll dig a little deeper. Dig just a little bit deeper. Foam surround. See, dual voice coil. So they're 82.5 dB sensitivity. Let's see if we can find, go back if that's over here. Yeah, so 84.9. It's very similar sensitivity. What else is relevant down here? The FS is 36 hertz on the sundowns. Go back to the slaps. The FS is 38.4, slightly higher FS. The QTS on the slaps is 0.405. The QTS is 0.413. Oh, let's see, I don't know about this. We're at 22 millimeters of X-Max in the sundown and 26 millimeters of X-Max on the slaps. Suggested port tuning, 32 to 36 hertz. These little dudes are awesome. So yeah, for half the price, you're getting more X-Max and a very similar sub overall. I just call it like I see it, man. There's a reason why I mess with slaps, is because why would you not? I mean, you're getting all the stuff for less money. I mean, that's just the way I look at it. So, let's see here. Troy said the slap's 8K. Hell yeah. Troy knows what's up. Terramps. Okay, here's what fucking goats recommending. Big Boss 5K, JP43, Assault 4. Sure. I would say that they would all be stressed though. If I was going to run any of those, I would rather run the Assault 4. I know how well that amp's made. It's a good amp, but they're pricey. W said, I don't think they're 1,500. I don't know, man. At Crutchfield, which I trust their recommendation, Crutchfield says their RMS power handling is 1,500. Their peak power is 3,000. So I don't know. Stu for the win. Yeah. Y'all saw it. You saw it. I don't see a lot of people using the PCBWay lithium banks. I use two 12-volt, 74 amp hours in a parallel. Is there a reason? Because I haven't had any issues. No, there's not a reason, bro. It's not. I mean, some people drive Fords and some people drive Chevys and some people drive Toyotas. Some people ride motorcycles. The question isn't a brand specifically, it's use case. So basically, the potential of something versus the price of something versus the warranty support for something versus the customer support for something. And sometimes their advertisement is just not good enough to get the attention of the buyer. So the buyer ignores a potentially good deal, so forth and so on. That's the reasoning. It's not necessarily anything bad about it. Full tilt, rebased. Yeah, you might. Yeah, absolutely. My kinfolk. Skip's downfall versus LTO. I can't speak hard on that. I ain't 100% sure. So again, it's about what voltage are you charging at? What, because that's going to make a difference whether or not something's going to work better than other things. If they're two different resting voltages, then it all depends on what you're charging at. Like I said, all these things are details that you have to consider. Yeah, I like SAs. I like U's. I like Sundown subwoofers. I 100% get behind any Sundown subwoofer. All of them. They're well made. They're all well made, and they do their job. But I think Slaps can get with them for half the price. Troy's talking about the Slaps 8K Shock 8K amplifier. He said, I love mine, and I've had a lot of different amps over the years, and I got mine thinking it's just a cheap one until I get the money for a higher dollar one. Now I don't want anything other than the one I got. Max volume. It's like that was the deal. He was wanting to get an 8K, but he didn't want to spend the money. So I told him, "We'll try this out. This will at least hold you over. And then one day when you save up enough money, you could get a more expensive amp." I said, "But once you put it in your car, you're not going to want to let go of it. You're going to be happy with it, and you're going to keep it." And that's exactly what's happened. He's a born again Slaps lover now, man. Troy will tell you, max volume the whole time I'm in the car every day. Hell yeah, bro. Oh, is that something that they recently? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Interesting to know. Sundown. That's funny. Something the new owner's into, I guess. So maybe they would be, maybe they are off. Interesting. I wasn't even looking at the right sub the whole time. Right. It's all good, man. Yeah, if you think it's bad for you guys, imagine how my mind feels after months and years of putting like many systems in my head that I'm working on, trying to figure out stuff for you guys, having to insert all this information and then work it over and then clear the room for another thing, and over and over and over and over again. The life cycle of my brain is significantly depleted from all of the recycling of space that I've had to do to keep all these car audio builds in my head, and different products and product changes and revisions and all that shit. That's why I just have to look it up, because I can't remember everything about every freaking manufacturer. Yeah, Dubby said it too. He said it too. Too many of them look the same, and revision models. He literally just said what I said. Yep. Troy said, well, they always said they were underrated. Yeah, and that's true. But I respect honest ratings every day. I'm all about honest ratings, man. So I have way more respect for an honest rating than a bullshit rating. And that's the direction that Sundown is going. That might be a sign that people need to get off the boat, Hopefully it's not. I wonder how that Slaps compares to a Taramp Smart. Oh, man. Do I need to play this again? No, I don't need to play that one again. I'll play this one again. Yeah.
Drop it to the ground. If you wanna drop it to the ground. Get low. You gotta get low. Get low. You gotta get low. Get low. You gotta get low.
Guys, I'm all about run your system, not your mouth. I'm 100% behind that. Okay. Now, I don't have to tell you what it does. Just get in there and you'll find out. You'll mess around and find out what it does. Can it keep up? I haven't had a smart 5K or whatever, and I haven't had an 8K. I'm sure it does the job, but I know Slaps does the job. And it does it oh so well. We don't mess around. That first part of that clip, that's Troy in there with me, by the way. He's in chat right now. Just throwing that out there. Let's see here. Hell yeah, dude. I wasn't even looking at the right sub. Let's see here. Vision models. Okay, yeah, we were talking about that. Okay. I at least had the benefit of being limited to the brands we carry at the shops. Saves me all those what ifs. Unless a customer brings their own shit in there, because that happens too, right? The goat says, not going to lie, I was going to do the tar amps, but that Slaps audio sounds like a good, crazy good deal. Yeah, it is. It's a stellar deal, bro. You mean it's like half the price. You could do two of them if you wanted to. That's slamming, baby. Justin said, don't need sundown when there's smackdowns. Yeah, I hadn't even talked about smackdowns, man. Let's go back over here to the other side of the fence. Let's dig in here a little bit. Let's mess around a little bit. Y'all want to mess around? We're going to do a mess around. That's a song back in the day, doing the mess around. They had some good songs, man. All right, let's look at what you can get for the V2 SmackDown version 2 15 for $500 with even more saved using a discount code CAE. Let's look at what you can get. All right, let's go over here to Sundown, and we're going to go to Sundown. I gotta go to Sundown. Let's go to Sundown. We're gonna go straight to the house and see what we can find at Sundown. Going to slip in their little back door here and go to subwoofers, and let's do some comparisons here. We got a lot of subwoofers. They have a lot. Okay, well the SA ain't even close. So we're looking for a 3,000 watt RMS sub. Yeah, we're in the ballpark of, I don't know, these are some nasty ones, but well, we got a 2,000 watt RMS sub. I'm sure that's underrated like a mofo. Probably closer. Yeah, probably closer to. We'll go with a U. We'll just try a U. We'll go to the U series. Screw it. I'm just going to dive in. So U series 15s. There's 12s. There's a V2 15. All right. So the U series V2 15. Okay. So to start out with, it's $170 more per sub. And it's rated at 1,000 watts less. Assuming that Jacob Fuller underrated this sub and it's still listed in that same underrating, we'll let it be a 3,000 watt. We'll call it a 3,000 watt RMS sub. So what all do we have going on here? Let's look at this. FS of 37 for the dual twos. don't remember what we're comparing it to. We'll just call it 37. They're both pretty close. Let me see what else we got down here. Let's go down to travel. 35 hertz recommended tuning. I want to see what the X-Max. X-Max is 30 millimeters. Okay. All right. So we have 30 millimeters of X-Max, sundown sub here, and which is less. We have a 37 hertz frequency response. Let's go back over to slaps. So we already know we got a higher RMS rating, but we're letting that slide. So we got a 29 hertz FS, which is a much better FS for the lows. And we got 33 millimeters of X-Max. The BL is 24.71. And on the U series, the BL, I saw it earlier. I know I did. The L is 26 and 31, depending on the coil configuration. So it's got a tad bit more motor force, but less travel, and it has a higher tune. There's a whole lot of other stuff to look at, but I think it's in the ballpark of being the same, a similar competitor. And I think that the Slaps sub would actually compete with some of the higher stuff on that list. But it's $170 cheaper with more excursion and a lower FS and more power handling. That what else do you want as a base head? That's the stuff that you want. You want excursion, you want FS to be low, and you want it to handle gobs of power. And this destroys that now, and it's less price. Now, if we go up to something that actually competes with this guy, it's going to be significantly more expensive. So I'm just dropping it. I'm just dropping it on here. What I can see. Potentiometers are better on the slaps. Yep. If the potentiometers are better on the slaps, I would go. I would go slaps based on price alone. I don't have any problem with my pots, dude. Zero. They work fine. Yeah, Hunk was jamming. Troy said, I've had 3 tar amps over the years, and I say I like the slaps better in my experience. There you go. When I ask, I was referencing the smart technology that keeps the rating. Yeah, and that works good. Nothing wrong with that. Yes, it does deliver consistent power. But I will say this. The power output on the slaps is far higher in the mid-range. So when I say the mid-range, like whenever your impedance rise goes up, the slaps amps tend to do a very good job of maintaining good solid power at higher impedances. It's much higher. The actual power they make at that high ohm load is much higher than what they're listed at. Mine is still making over 5,000 watts at like 3.6 ohms or some shit like that. It's much higher. So they tend to have a similar effect just because of the way the amp's designed. The Gray Beard Club, hell yeah, man. The beard's a bass. So I wouldn't, don't, whoa, words. Don't need 2 slaps, 8Ks. I would just be buying slaps woofers once I blew my sundowns. Fair. I love sundown because it's an accurate woofer compared to my previous own woofers. Sure. Like I said, I ain't dumping on sundown at all. I actually talk to Mr. Jacob Fuller once or twice a week, usually, sometimes for a long time. and he's an excellent designer. He builds a really amazing equipment. Not dumping on him in any way, shape, or form. I'm just talking about price versus performance. You know, that's what we're all about, is saving money. So I have no problem with them. If you got the money to throw at it, throw it at it. Go for it. M series. Oh goodness, we're getting into Memphis. Oh, oh, that's another. Okay, and the M series. Okay, all right. I see what you're talking about. Hold on a minute. Let me go back here. Uh, that confused me because Memphis has an M series as well. Threw me off for a couple of seconds. M series. Okay. That's 2000 watt RMS rated power. Go away, you stupid pop up. M series would probably be overkill. Let's pull it up. We'll jump in here and jump on the M series. It's rated at 2000 watts. And let's talk about the 15. And the M series is $659, so $160 more. Probably going to have more excursion. It has a look of something that has more excursion. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. So it has a 3-inch diameter, 4-layer voice coil. Um, and wait a minute, yeah, we're looking at 15s, and the SmackDown's got a 4-inch voice coil. So that 3-inch voice coil tells me it's going to have some excursion. Let's see here. Probably, so yeah, it's got 35 millimeters. That's really not a big jump. Not as nearly as much as I thought it would be. We're only looking at 3 millimeters more excursion. So you're giving up that 4-inch voice coil with all that cooling for 2 millimeters of excursion. That's not as good as I thought it was going to be. When it comes to making the bass, excursion is extremely important. What is the FS? So the FS is closer in line. So yeah, I mean, the FS is very similar, and the BL is actually lower, but that's not. You can't really go by that number so much. Um, Slaps has a higher BL than these, but the BL is a complicated number. You've got a whole bunch of different factors that go into that, and so it's not really a good number to compare by. But I am looking at it. I would say this is pretty similar across the board. I'd say it's pretty similar. So yeah, you know, pretty similar. $659 versus 500. That's a pretty big difference, especially when you're doing multiple subs. Uh, just saying. And I would stack up real nicely against that sub. So yeah, and we are still rated at higher RMS. It is a 3,000 watt RMS sub instead of a 2,000 watt RMS sub. Underrating or not, that's the numbers that are shown. And we got a 4-inch 4-layer coil instead of a 3-inch 4-layer coil. This does have a 400 ounce magnet. I bet you that Sundown sub has a bigger magnet. Let's go back and pull that up. I don't know if it even says. If it's in this stuff here, I'm not reading every damn thing. I just want to find the specs. If I'm missing it, y'all tell me. Displacement depth, outside cutouts. Yeah, it doesn't list it. It looks pretty similar. It may be a little smaller, actually, just based on the picture. I think it actually has a smaller magnet. But yeah, I would say that that Slaps has the better offering between these two, and at a lower price, just based on specs. I mean, it's a 67-pound subwoofer. It's no joke, dude. see what else is going on. We'll continue on as long as there's people participating. Or until I get exhausted. Yeah, and that keeps changing, man. Those specs depends on where you look. Uh, BL, yeah, BL is a curve. Yeah, that's what I was explaining. It's not really a number you can dig into unless you're comparing exact situation to exact situation kind of thing. 100%. Troy said you could put 8K easy on a ZV6. I had 8K on the ZV2 before I pushed, but I pushed it. But I do push limits. Yeah, Troy does push limits, guys. Let me tell you, he beats the brakes off of his shit, like I do. How much more battery would I need to go from a Salt 4 to a Slaps 8K? You need to be able to support, uh, reasonably support 700 to 800 amps. Um, the Trunk Thunder Lithium 5K V2 would be sufficient for that. I don't know. I don't remember what your setup has, but you need to have. If you're doing a 3,000 watt setup and it was similar, then you're probably going to need to double that or more to handle 8,000 watts and actually get 8,000 watts out of it. Yeah, you're going to need at least a 5K or the equivalent of to handle that. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Like I said, not bad subs. They're great subs. I love the U's. The U's are really underrated. They're the versatility on them is really wide. People use them in all kinds of builds. They do a fine job. Fellow budget base heads, what's up, Mello? Let's see here. Yeah, you can't go wrong with that 8K, bro. That's a monster. Yeah. Let's see here. While I look at those prices, I think of the American base King. Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to dig into that sub. But like I said, I can't keep them all in my head. There's just too many. Justin feels like they're similar to the X Series Sundowns. Well, let's go look at the X Series Sundowns. We shall be free. We shall be free. A little faith, walk proud, shall be free. Let's go. Wait a minute. Why aren't you going? You're supposed to go. There you go. Now you're going. Yeah. X Series. Okay. 27. Well, the watt rating is closer. Let's pull up. Okay, that's a 12. Let's pull up to 15. Okay. So now we're talking about $849. So now we've just almost doubled the price. And now we're at the 3,000 watt RMS rating. So we're in the right power rating. And we got less X-Max, 30 millimeters of X-Max. We actually have a little bit less X-Max. They're close. Yeah, I honestly think you might be right. I'm digging through here, looking quickly. 32 hertz tuning. It's about the same tuning. Manufacturer recommended tuning, not recommended for sealed enclosures at all. Okay. 30 millimeters of X-Max. We already discovered that. 29, 29 hertz FS. That's right on point. QTS is about the same. Sensitivity is almost identical. So yeah, I guess you guys by now you guys should be able to see the light. Look beyond the name. Okay, look beyond the fact that it says sundown. Look beyond the shape of everything, and look at the specs. Look at what you're actually getting for your money. Okay, that's all I'm telling everybody to do. Pay attention to what the damn thing does, not what name is on the front of it, because that's not the important part. So yeah, so far I'm having a hard time finding anything that on the numbers stacks up. It's pretty damn similar to, and it's less money than all that stuff. So it's kind of bonkers, really. Uh, let's see here. Troy said you'll be happy with that slaps. You're damn right you will be. We've gotten far away from the range of my comp Q. I've had the comp Qs. I had two of them, two 12-inch comp Qs. They're good subs. Sound great. They didn't do the thing I wanted them to do, which is the stupid shit, but they sounded great. The goat says, "Yeah, this is what he's doing." Yeah, y'all heard it. Y'all heard it here first. I, I just bear the news, man. Okay, I just bear the news. Um, Solo X, if you got enough power. Let's see here, but only once for 2 seconds. Make sure y'all see that. Capacitor attached to it. I have to figure out what that's referencing. Sometimes it's hard for me to get the context of a response and figure out where it's going. I may forget what you said earlier, and so I'm reading it as a brand new response. And I apologize for that because I'm an old idiot and my brain don't work. So if you said something, we talked about it for 20 minutes, and then a little later I get to another response where you make an adjustment to what you said, I may not remember what the hell we talked about at all. So understand that. That's just how old man brain works. Okay. When I see 800, I feel like I might as well go thousands. Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, I mean, if you want to go thousands, okay, so hold on. Let me take you to another spot. If you say, well, you know what, let's just go. I'll show you where you go. If you want to go all the way, skip sundown completely. Skip sundown completely. And just skip sundown completely and go right here. Right here. Go straight to this guy. Just keep watching that porn. Yeah. Skip straight to the porn. Yeah. So if we go to GP site, if you want, if you ain't scared of the money, right now it's sold out. But they'll be back. This is the some bitch right here. 5,000 watts RMS. And I know for a fact, 100% for a fact, that is severely underrated. We're probably looking at more like 10,000 watts RMS. So if you want to go stupid, this is stupid. And you're going to get all the things in here. So let's go down this list and look at the things that are different. So we got a slightly higher BL. Again, we already discussed BL. Its FS is 43 hertz, but this is an SPL sub, so that's a thing. It's XMEC point to point. Yeah. It says its X max is 25 millimeters, but I'm going to tell you that thing throws like 4 inches out. It's like a trampoline. So yeah, this is the big boy, big boy. If you want to do, this is where you go. You go here. If you want to skip to straight to big ass shit, and just in case you're wondering, this is the same basket, the same TI basket that the Slaps has, the Oblivions. Uh, and it is this design is straight up Jacob Fuller design. He designed this sub for GP. So there's that. Um, but musically, they're not great. I've heard them. They're loud as shit. They'll bust windows, but they're not the best. They're not musically. They're not very good. That's not their job. Their job is to make sound pressure, and they do that. Um, but here's the thing: you're looking at $1,400 for one sub. I could spend that much money on subs from Slaps and get way louder than that one could do. So, what are you trying to do? What's the objective? That's the question you have to ask. Um, Stu said he's checking out. Stu says, okay, I got to go. Call it a day. Almost midnight. And the whatever that alarm is going to go off at 6 a.m. sharp. I don't have one of those. I just have people calling me and want me to build shit or help them design something. Hey, man, peace out, Stu. What's up, Burn Down? New subscriber here. I've been enjoying your videos this week. Thank you. I've been enjoying making videos and, hanging out with people. I love it. This is what I do. Goat says, not going to lie, Slaps need to push the brand more for the prices they have. If more people knew, it would probably make most companies bankrupt. Yeah, we're working on that. So Slaps is definitely bringing a amount of power and capability to the market at a price that is hard to beat. And he's not. They don't make much off subwoofers. They make very little off subwoofers. I know because I have dealer prices. I have a dealer price sheet for everything, and they're not making much money off these subs. And especially when you consider it costs $100 just to ship one across the United States, they have to factor that in too. So they're not making a lot of money off subs. It's very little profit margin, which is why other companies don't want to do it. They don't want to get into that. They want to make all the money. Oh, okay, fine. Troy said, I'm going to go to bed. Kids will have me up at 6 on my day off. Hey, man, peace out, Troy. Funky Pups. Funky Pups. Hell yeah, man. Funky Pups rule the world, dude. Oh, good old Funky Pups. See, Gately Neos. Okay. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. All right, hold on. Just a damn second. Let me see what I got here. I can't remember for sure. Let me go back. Let's dig a little deeper. We're going to dig a little deeper. I'll pull you guys over here in a second. Don't even know if they're listed anymore. No, they're not listed anymore, I don't think. He pulled the Neos off. That must have just happened. I swear they were there the other day. That's the blue one. So, yeah, Slaps used to carry a wicked badass Neo that had even more RMS and would have absolutely competed with the Gately Neo, but it's not on here anymore. So that's not a thing. I saw it. I went and checked. I was going to compare them. Yeah. For real, Troy. Braindead said it's really hard to start from the bottom and work hard. It's hard for companies at the top to stay without innovating or better products and prices. Yeah, it gets complicated. There's a whole lot of democracy involved, politics involved in car audio anymore. It's a big political nightmare of a landscape. I do appreciate you guys. We've been on here for 4 hours, and I am about to check out. So, you guys have been awesome. Continue to be awesome to each other. Be nice to the mean people that you see making comments. Just be nice to them. They need love too, man. You know, we all have bad days and good days. We all get by. When you meet somebody new, shake their hand and listen to their stories. Hear them out. They need that help just like you do. But for now, guys, and Stash Boris, sorry, brother. You showed up at the wrong time. We're going to have to get the duck out of here because I'm tired. Peace, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm here banging up and down the street, slamming it to the ground. Big subwoofers are getting loud. You can feel the booming sound. Getting ready to go. Got it shined up for the show. Hours charging, amps are amping, gonna let the woofers blow. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one goes, and another one goes, and another one bites the dust. We got more at home. Another one bites the dust. Fires are glowing and the amps smoking. Subs are cherry red. Let me keep jamming, gotta keep the bass slamming. Gonna go hard till they're dead. Full power, gotta let it go. 20 hertz in the floating air. Sparks are flying, voice cords are frying, and the smoke is in the air. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one goes, and another one goes, and another one bites the dust. Hey, we got more at home. Another one bites the dust.